crane. Susu sang quite be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accept it. Instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
We're going on a road trip to the Volta region, specifically Amejofe. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car.
Join Wanda Hagan on a road trip to the Volta region as she returns to your screens for People and Places on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
This was the place where the people of Appiatse were living before 20th January 2022 when the unfortunate happened, when there was an explosion. As a result, the whole community was razed down. People were rendered homeless and they had to be resettled at a new place called the Appiatse Resettlement or the Appiatse Relief Camp. That place used to be a resettlement area built up by Future Global Resources. But now, the people of Appiatse are occupying that place. The government has begun rebuilding the Appiatse community. And this is what you see. As today marks exactly 1 year, the explosion happened. We are here on GhanaWeb TV to find out from the people how they have been faring, what have gone on so far, and what have they been up to. Stay with us.
It was almost midday on January 20, 2022 when the sound of an explosion was heard at Appiatse, a community near Bogoso in the Prisia-Honi Valley municipality of the Western region. Properties were destroyed. 13 people died on the spot and several others got injured. 3 others died later, bringing the total number of deaths to 16. For several minutes, the community was filled with thick smoke as survivors struggled to find their way to safety. The explosion happened when a motorbike crashed into a truck carrying explosive materials from the Maxam Company Limited. The explosives were being transported by a subcontractor, Arthans Logistics, to the Chirano gold mines. The part of the road where the truck was standing after a caught fire caved in, destroying that portion of the road. The whole Appiatse community, with a total population of about 1,000, was devastated, with all residents rendered homeless. The explosion brought together health, safety and security services, including the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Police Service, and the Ambulance Service, to ensure the victims were rescued safely. Due to the collapse of houses, the Municipal Chief Executive, Dr. Isaac Dasmani, and the municipal NADMO officer found temporary places for the victims at the Bogoso Roman Catholic Parish Hall to pass the night. They were provided with food items, mattresses, and some clothing, after which the Appiatse Disaster Relief Committee was formed to see to the proper management of the victims. They were later moved to the Dumasi settlement, a new community being constructed by Future Global Resources to temporarily settle them. Donations began pouring in from various companies, organizations, government agencies, international organizations, and individuals to support the victims. Tents were erected to serve as temporary residences for the victims at the new settlement called the Appiatse Relief Camp. Currently, they have all been moved from the tents to the uncompleted resettlement buildings, where they feel more secure than in the tents.
This is crazy. This is crazy. The whole town. Town in Nala. School no. School no. School Nina is out. The whole town in Ebubu. Bomb no a blasted town in Ako.
A year ago, on 20th January 2022. After the incident, a lot of measures were put in place to at least to house the Appiatse citizens. As I speak right now, they are being resettled at the Udumase resettlement camp, and then all the donations and other things that people brought are all be housed there, and then we have been giving it to them, those who are in and those who are outside. Unfortunately, some of the injured, people were not even, from Appiatse. So they are all living, some of them are living in Takrade, Takwa, Kumasi, and all of that. So we've taken data from all of them, and we are, ensuring that almost every month we provide with some of the necessary needs for them.
But how has the Appiatse Disaster Relief Committee been able to manage the victims from day one till today?
They brought in additional staff from national to support us, and with that we adopt a whole lot of strategy to work. It wasn't easy because the people were very traumatized and they didn't understand the process we were taking them through, but by God willing we were able to go through. As I'm speaking, food sharing in the beginning was a little problem because of their database, but we were able to manage. As we went to the parish hall, the total number of that night was 868. Then we came to the camp and we were able to settle on their population, and we alight on the 1,036. As we came here, we were having 19 pregnant women. All of them has delivered, and we have 1 twins. So the total number was 10, and it has added to the number to make 1,036.
Some of the victims recounted their traumatic experiences.
I say moja so matari na mshevesi wa ita mse mvesi maya po na mse moja timipeja mvesi na mse sono essence na wana na mdewe nsasa sabo mbona mdefa ifipo timeba meso mebesa meba meso sana bea mbesu no mode maba hospital timikodu na ifio nyina anso ase na them times na nsu kome da dem na mura na nyame adu na nsu timisa nsu na bibia mesame no bibisi me hwem bansa na mama ehye me hwe nsuo no gu mu na me se me mu bɛɛ aba mpɔm hɔ wɔ soro nti ma nante bɛɛ 5 minutes mpo na me totɔ nti me da hɔ no mu na mu sɛ me so aba dem tam na me so anso pemfo na ɔyɛ sɛ ɔpagya me nti ɔpagya me bia na wate atɔ na ɔmɔde ntoma ɛbɔ me mu ɛkyekyere me so nti ɔmɔde me baa akakaka ma ɛbɛdu paakɔ na brɛda bi bɛso me mu na ɔmɔde me kɔto ka nti ɔmɔde yɛ baa aseda ha se na ɔmɔde kɔdu ɛbɛdu ɔna hɔ ayɛ ma menye baabi mpo na ɔmɔde ma akɔ nti ɛte hɔ no ma na ɛte sɛ gya ne san so yɛdɛ ɛba na me nua soma bɔ ebi hɔ na ɔyɛ dɛ ɔso me mu na ɛkɔ nti edu hɔ na obi ayɛ dɛ obi aduane nti mete hɔ no ma mu de san yɛ na meda bragam na ɔmɔde me kɔ ɛsoro hɔ ɛkɔdu hɔ nso a anyɛ yie na ɔmɔde me to kaa nti ma ne ti me na yɛ wɔtapa a ɔmo pia wei na ahyɛ mu nti deɛ mehu yɛ ane sɛ ɔma ayɛ me operation
Olha, eu chamo um me Hey, Daddy. I don't know what you're. Okay, my operation. No way. That was there 1 week. We in the baby. Nah, so what you have? I see a problem. I want to know why not. How come I why the pressure? The pressure on the blood. It's fine. Yale basa.
But that time na se misi na mu fi na mfa da ko from oba na mu no kan da me manusu ti me din su no fi inside ba na ma da brana na mu hu da wusu afokrom da ma na me kre da aso obi ne dan le shiwo na onna me do ma ho wo hwe na o che da obi mu ye adwuma won ho ina wo ko de wo kware wa akobɔ ne nka we dum gyan da e bia ala obi ne dan na o le shiwa na wo de kwan ti mu so mu tu me dan ne mu ame ko hobi akɔhwehwɛ mma na waka ne dɛ obi ankodum ne mita na mesa ma chi kodum mita nti mukɔ na mekɔhwehwɛ mba nti mukɔ na wɔsɛ wɔ mena ne ɔlo bɔbanchi ho nti mukɔ wɔ na wɔsɛ wɔ agye ho kwan dɛ wɔnkɔ wɔse hɔ aba akobi hɔ wasɔ nti mizu mi die mi ka bla mu kodu wɔ ne de na ɔkyɛ dɛ ade na mpo wazɛ wa mena tam na aso ate mi na minni mena na so wɔ kwan no ho ba nti mukɔ ka bi sɛ na wɔkyerɛ me dɛ mesa ma chi na mekɔ na ade no blasting nti ma manwa tutu me na mede na ɔlo kwan no ho a me pra mo gye no win pa but mutumi sorry tue mi nka kodu mi fie hɔ na echidi hɔ no me yambre mutumi nkasa mutumi yahwe na metena hɔ obi obebia na wapam wo se gya ne ibo we na obaba na odi mi nka obi obebia onu unua kura den na gya ne ba ne nti obapam ho dama na blade bia na so we pra wana ne ɔleba obafa mi hyechi no ɔde me die mi nka kwan bi de ɔde me fa do ana ye besi kwan mi ya ka me ya de call bogosu
tina be bo ni bo mi na ka de tai wa pa if you go here you go buy it kan no on show ba so mo kwan pa on show ba ye no mo ka te me no me mi wo si ye bo ya ko go do fi na obi ka te no gba go do ni mita si mita ma bi go do me na ku ti me 2 years me wo hwe me yore baba na ofu na da buja me na oshisefo me chuba muntu na mo fosu ya mo hwe di na muntu ga se mu bora obi bara me ya de na o ba fa wani ya ko hospital ko bo so se ko fa yo kata ko
na mo wo fie nti ada me wo store the me ha wo ho am to da nyama na me tunto ne da wo ho nti meti proba na me nyima do nti me so me so na pa kwan mo de na mo chi kakra wo baby a me so na wan nti me se da me na me se da me dia me sore afi me nyama ne mo na me gina no kwan ne mo na ma hwa do kura olu twem mo kwa ko mo no ayeda nti mi twem no na ka no ije dimma oleta pa nya abunta mi fi ho mo na mo ko ma me so mo aso TV esi do na me mpeni na wo na maka atoro mo nunu mita na wo mpoi na damaji na esi kwa no nti mi na ma me dwena ende transformer na so be aka no ola kapa aka no nti me ya dam no na wo esi me nti me ko ni inside wana me dum mita no nti at once wana na mti fura we no shebeti small boy na no gina mchano no shebeti me ni to me say no onke kanu mbonsu tabe de medie minka ntentima na me pede obi bo so me bane mu na wa ama mama bane enyankwa ama timikema ba me ya na me shi obi a ntima me bi wo fa na ntima nsa on the so fihino na o so me bane mu do onu de by the time ade begina ha mu na me bane onshi ma minute sini chere asana olusun to shina oshia na okacha na manje mabano na orokotwe na so ne de no.
Many had their legs, arms, and other parts of their bodies broken as a result of the explosion, with some still having particles of metals within their bodies. 1 year on, life has not been easy for the victims as they lost everything they had, bringing their lives to a total standstill.
Sisi obanda muno sisi yenya hwe sisi yesre abanda sisi yesre na lada muaye no yenya aso papa mu abo he sisi mu abo he koduru no yesre sisi mu edu no ayedin ma he mo ye kakra na je botum nya so da tonton bibi ya da twa mo fra me ya mekita miska me de business bibi na abanda me miska na ahye nti eja so obi no badom mo kra age so di flu na ton wi ade miska komano nti ama ye wo manyin until the first no cry we just the teman kasa abanda nso yanku mu aduma ina ya basa nti ya mba na ya ye manyu ya wo just the woman kasa first no ya wa Appiatse no ama ye so kakra meton ade me san so pam ade kakra obi di nema ba na ma pam ama no na meton nema kakra nka na asem ni sie na ebeduru ha no ese obi a pam ade bi na ade ton no so na enko te se first no oto kofa nema begu ha besi ho saa nti ayi sama Saturday bia na maton machine akotena bogo so na ye otation kakra ka menya kakra na me de abefia be de abebo me ba no school ko nti kakra metimi aka da mas.
Some of these women who have begun these small businesses receive support from some organizations so they could start their lives over again.
Yeah, well, since the incident happened, there have been some series of donations, series of monies given to them. Some organizations even gave them some money, directly to them, not through assembly, not through NADMO. Some of the things that the money that were given to them directly and other things, a lot of them have picked their lives back and they are seriously going about with their activities, with the exception of the injured. And once you go there, you see that people are happily moving around and then doing their own businesses. So I think now the challenge we are having is that those who are injured, because we have about 8 people who are paralyzed, and as at now, some of them cannot even walk. So those are the people that we are concentrating now and then providing some support for them.
The people of Appiatse have expressed their profound gratitude to the Appiatse Disaster Relief Committee and donors for the support so far.
Sama meka ache mo mo de before mo de me mane aduane ne ntare ne bibia bla bibia ka sama meka choma se da o mas na so e mo sa wo bi ai sama no boy tie so mo bi ai so mo boy awo ya mo na mo se from wire na da o mas pa e wo de o mo ye ma da o mas pa
Pepa actually oh say there adofo no mo ye moa e de aduane bra ye mpanyimfo no omo ma ye aduane all right omo cha aduane ma ye didi me bibi ehia bia ye ko office wo sisi ya na sa de kono wo ho ko a omo timi ye de omo timi de mai say ye nje nkonkwa de nkokọ boy na aduane de ye nya bi na ba ye san ye bi kan ho so a ye pe.
Some of the victims were, however, of the view that the monies donated by companies, organizations and individuals were not enough for them. The PRO of the Appiatse Disaster Relief Committee, Dhaiwe Kwashi, explained the reason.
Yes, there's one confusion in the minds of almost everybody in this country. That has to do with the various funds that are in place to take care of the Appiatse issue. One of them is the Appiatse Disaster Relief Fund that is made up of the local people that are in charge of the day-to-day running of the Appiatse people. It is chaired by the MC, the divisional chief, Nana Atakojo Brembi, is on that committee. The area head of the Church of Pentecost Apostle, the parish priest, police commander, health director, and the rest. We are all on that committee. That is what I'm part of. We receive donations around, yes, but how it has been circulated around that all the donations come to us and we still cry for money, it's something else. It makes it look like we don't know what we are doing. Truth is that when the incident occurred and the government promised reconstructing the community, they set up a fund that is headed by our own dear mother, Madam Joyce. That is the support fund. The mandate was to look for money, to solicit for funds, to reconstruct the community. That is why the fine that was placed on Maxambe asked that a certain percentage be paid into that fund, which was the seed money for the reconstruction. So all those donations that you heard, Ghana Gas, this GMPC and the staff, Go Fields, the $4 million, 8 million Ghana cedi and stuff, it didn't come to the relief committee. It went into the support fund. That is what they are using to reconstruct the community. So we, the relief committee, we don't receive that huge donation for us to have enough to do all these things that they are asking.
Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, on Friday, January 21, 2022, paid a visit to the victims where he, on behalf of the government, assured them of the rebuilding of the Appiatse community. GhanaWeb's visit to the reconstruction site indicates that some of the buildings were at the roofing level, others at the lintel and footing stages. Brick molding machines were erected on site, with workers busily molding the bricks to ensure constant supply of bricks.
Government assured the people of reconstructing their community for them. And like I said, individuals and organizations have donated building materials. Recently, Talo Ghana donated 4,000 bags of cement. That is quite a number. With other organizations, Gapoha and stuff, all donating cement. Others, iron rods and stuff. And as you can see, it's evident that reconstruction is ongoing. And like the consultant said, by June, July, we should be seeing a completion to the works that is ongoing. And just like how the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Samuel Jinapor, assured, by the end of this year, the people of Appiatse should come back to their community.
Now, if you look at the main reconstruction, headed by the Honorable Benito Bio, as we speak right now, work is progressing steadily, because initially there were some groundwork and paperwork and all those things, and that caused a little delay. But since they started, the work is progressing. Right now, we can say that they are about 35% complete, and they are still working on it seriously. So we are all following up with our rap attention and making sure that at the end of the day, the Appiatse people get their homes back and get their lives back. It's right now it's about 35% complete, and then the target is by July, where all the buildings should be at the roofing stage, or maybe let me give myself maybe plus or minus by the close of this year, we should be able to relocate.
Although the government of Ghana fined Maxam $6 million, the chief of the community and its residents do not think the amount was enough.
Na nia mesre ne se ne Ghana man anase Ghana ban etumi ejina ye se atoyenchem esi yi obehwe na o ma chichire Appiatse kuro no foforo no nia mesre me sadam yam na Akufo Addo ne se onfa sa kwan na so na on share Maxam company for no kutupa se yava ne se compensation se so mo de mai no abandon for the 9 NC form. No one sure monkey 2% say so mama Appiatse mine.
Mra assemblity no every year they call Mazam for and one say often a dining sin or a fan or what you to second fan or what you to me there or no never seen us so and say since I've been here with the Afia Skibia no beyond me I had it. Bam prior Yada or go to my madam no way to a name to say man Otida. Yes, rather on Nanado, Obasia for Mazam for no assign who I can Asia Akasa, Emma, or Matum Abamaya competition.
While requesting for more support, the Deputy NADMO Director, Louis Afo, and the PRO, Dhaiwe Kwashi, expressed their profound gratitude to all companies, organizations, and individuals who have been donating to the community from day one till date.
So lots of companies and individuals have supported us in cash, in kind and stuff. I can't do without mentioning the Red Cross Society and International Organization for Migration, World Food Program, UNICEF, the various embassies in the country, Chamber of Mines especially. They were able to mobilize all the mining companies to come in to support the people in all forms. We remain most grateful to all of them and various people from various walks of life who came to support the people. They are the reason why still the people are up. Otherwise, it would have been a different story. So we remain grateful. But as it is 1 year, we'll continue to ask for support because we still have people who are going in and out of hospitals.
Things were coming across the nation, even outside Red Cross, IOM, UNICEF, World Food Organization, IMF, Minerals Investment Fund, churches, and the president himself, the nation, has really shown love to these Appiatse people. And with that, it has helped us because whatever they need in terms of the pregnant women, breastfeeding mothers, to the old age, we've been able to meet not all of their needs, but we've been able to meet most of their needs to make sure they get back to their normal life. I can say that with the help of IOM and the Red Cross Ghana, now people who are serious to start life have begun something which is helping them.
1 year on after the explosion happened, people have to live their lives again, but it has been quite difficult for them. Members are appreciative of the donations and things they have received for organizations, individuals and companies, and they are very much appreciative of that. However, they are pleading for more support for them as they have to start their life from ground zero up to a different level. In the Appiatse community, that is the relief community, that is what we are seeing behind me. As we speak to people on GhanaWeb TV, they are of the view that if people come to their age, their life will come back to normalcy. From the Appiatse relief camp, this is Thomas Tete reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
We're going on a road trip to the Volta region, specifically at Medjugorje. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car.
Join Wanda Hagan on a road trip to the Volta region as she returns to your screens for People and Places on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is this? Download to Lemonade Finance.
I have to put on my A game.
Prove them wrong. Defender of the defenseless.
If you take care of that place, your man will eat that place up.
As class, we need a young, not young per se, but a slim guy.
Okay.
You can fuck us like 10 times, and then the next time you come, it's so tight.
Ouch.
Paula Amabrini returns to your screens with Moans and Cuddles on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
It's happening right here in Accra at Kempinski on Wednesday, 23rd January 2023. And the CEO is here to give us updates on what the program is about, and most importantly, to offer media men and women the opportunity to ask questions. So before I yield the podium to Mr. Yofi Grant, I would like to acknowledge some dignitaries who are with us this morning. We are joined by the Deputy Head for Monitoring at GIPC, Mr. Benjamin Ochebwachi. If you are here, we acknowledge you. We also have the Head of HR, Ms. Enyonam Agbeko. We are also joined by the Head Investor Aftercare, Ms. Victoria Koba. Also with us is the Director, Investor Services Division, Mrs. Evelyn Nyako. We also have with us the Head of Public Relations and Communications Division, Mr. Charles Opoku-Mensah. Also with us is the Head MIS, Mr. Gideon Bafo. We are also joined by the Head Diaspora Investment Desk, Ms. Marina Lamte. Also with us is the Head of Tracking, Ms. Frances Chiama. Also with us is the Deputy Head of Finance, Mr. Paul Boy. And we have with us the Deputy CEO of GIPC, Mr. Yao Amwateng FEA. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the Chief Executive Officer with us, Mr. Yofi Grant. So ladies and gentlemen, I will invite the CEO for his substantive presentation, and we'll come back to you for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and a very good morning to you all, colleagues and members of the press. Indeed, this morning's event is to apprise you of the first annual, should I say, meeting or assembly of the African Investment Promotion Agencies of Africa in Accra on Wednesday, the 25th, at the Kempinski Hotel. This has become quite important because of the developing, should I say, landscape in the global economy, but not only that, that Africa itself is trying to forge a new narration in its relationships with nations around the world. We might recall that the global COVID pandemic did a lot of disruption to trade and investment globally. And just when we thought we were recovering, then the crisis between Russia and Ukraine brought in itself and in its wake even more serious problems that have affected many of our economies. Now, Ghana is hosting this because I actually represent Sub-Saharan Africa on the board of the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies. So my remit in that case is to rally all the investment promotion agencies in Africa for mutual benefit and to see how we can reassess the opportunities and reposition the continent as a major recipient of foreign direct investment. The World Investment Report by UNCTAD in 2021 did indicate that post-pandemic, Africa's foreign direct investment increased from some 40 billion in the year 2020 to approximately 83 billion in 2021, which is the highest amount of foreign direct investment the continent had achieved over the past few years. Now, despite that increase, which was just significant increase, it is still only about 5.2% of global FDI flows. And some of the other regions which Africa is competing with are achieving multiples of our foreign direct investment flows. For example, Latin America in that same year attracted about $620 billion. Asia, some $140 billion. And we just, the whole continent, $83 billion. Now, one may ask why that is the case. And it's also very confounding. Because if you look at where the continent is in the framework of global trade, we are still a small player. But if you look in terms of resources, the African continent is the most resourced in terms of natural resources on the continent. And I've very often highlighted that in this day and age of energy transitions, the continent is very well positioned in a way to actually solve many of the global problems. Africa is awash with lithium and huge deposits. Some of the largest exporters of raw lithium are from Africa, the African continent. If you look at the mineral resources required for energy transitions, 90% of the world's platinum, chromium, and cobalt are found on the African continent. Some 65% of coltan, which you all know is used for mobile phones and other battery parts, are found in Africa. Over 50% of the gold deposits in the world are found in Africa. So the continent is resource rich, yet we are the smallest recipient in terms of regional foreign direct investment globally. So that requires a new strategy to enable us optimize effectively the mineral resource that we have, but also to ensure that it translates into significant trade, first amongst the African nations and then with the rest of the world. And we are going to execute that through the AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which puts together currently all the 55 countries, of which about some 40 plus have ratified, and therefore binds us in achieving optimal growth in our trade intracontinentally, but also enables us to trade consistently and constructively with other parts of the world. And as I've mentioned, Africa is awash with the resources. For example, at least 22 countries on the continent are enriched with natural resources, hard metal natural resources, which the world requires to reboot post-COVID. Quite a number of our countries also have significant oil and gas resources, which are still required, despite climate change, to move to the next stage. But as I did say, even when you're looking at energy transitions, the continent is significantly enriched with the resources to enable that. And we all know where that is going to. Very soon, in maybe the next 20, 30 years, we will see hydrocarbons virtually ebb away gradually as other forms of energy, renewable and sustainable energy, are used globally. And significantly, e-mobility, that is electric vehicles, are maybe fast going to overtake cars that are using hydrocarbons. But that notwithstanding, we also know that it's going to take a while in Africa. And the big question is, how do we ensure that even in that transition, we optimize the resources that we have? Now, this is also very important only because of some of the demographic dynamics of the continent. Currently, Africa's population is about 1.4 billion. By the year 2030, that will rise to about 1.7 billion, still a very significant market. And as we speak, the African continent is as large as India and China. India, just a few days back, became the largest single country in the world with over 1.45 billion people. China is at 1.42 billion. Africa is estimated about some 1.44 billion. So as a region, it's very important that we take advantage of the AFCFTA because it virtually puts us into one tariff-free block that we can optimize to bring about wealth creation on the continent. Admittedly, if you look at the business environment of the continent, only about some 480 companies on the continent generate revenues of over $1 billion a year. And of that 480, significantly, a lot of them are multinationals. And so it's about time that we actually facilitate real indigenous growth on our ground. And this meeting is going to discuss how we can work together as investment promotion agencies to optimize the opportunity that we have on the continent. And of course, as you all well know, the direction that Ghana has chosen under the maximum of a Ghana Beyond Aid is to add value to our raw materials and resources. And so even as we go out to attract investors, we are attracting investors who we believe strategically can enable us add value to our mineral resources so we don't have to export our gold, our manganese, our bauxite, lithium that we have, oil and gas in the raw state, but we'll add value here in situ and create stronger economies out of that. And it's a message that also percolates down very well into the African continent. And in discussions that we've had as IPAs, there is a lot that some of the disadvantaged IPAs on the continent need to learn. So there's going to be a lot of peer assessment reviews and peer-to-peer sharing of information, but also to highlight the opportunities that would arise on the continent out of the AFCFTA and the recognition that we are resource-rich and we need to add value to those resources before export. That is a key direction in Africa's economy today, because as we speak, we almost export all our raw materials and resources raw, and we import finished goods out of those same resources. The narration is to change it, such that we become an export-strong continent, and that requires significant investment that we need to optimize. And so the peer-to-peer learning sessions and the discussions will facilitate that. Now, this gathering is happening on the sidelines of what we call the Africa Prosperity Dialogue, of which is happening under the what we call the Kweu Summit Series. Now, this has become also very important for the same reason, that with the advent of the AFCFTA, Africa's private sector needs to be energized to take the lead in transforming the continent. And the Africa Prosperity Dialogues would have heads of state, politicians, academics, but significantly, strong businessmen on the continent who will come together and then try and actualize the many discussions that have happened over the past few years. We all recognize that every year, Africa participates in global conferences, whether it's the FOCAC in China, whether it's the US-Africa Business Summit, whether it's the Germany-Africa Business Summit, or any other that is outside the continent. And every year we see a number of heads of state, business people go to these countries to discuss issues of African importance. So the Africa Prosperity Dialogue would probably be the first of its kind, where we are hosting an Africa conference on the continent by Africans, from Africans in Africa. And this IPA meeting is happening on the sidelines of that. And so we'll put all these together to try and for once forge a real practical approach to Africa's development, highlight on the value addition to our raw materials and resources, highlight intra-Africa investment, which currently is just short of 5%, and further strengthen the resolve for intracontinental trade, which is currently somewhere around 18%. Now, I did mention that by 2030, the population of Africa would have grown to 1.7 billion. But by 2050, it would have grown to 2.6 billion, and it will be 1/4 of the world's population. So can we imagine a scenario that because the continent is resource rich, because it's population rich, because if it's 1/4 of the world's population, it means every 4th person will be an African. And because the demography of that population will still be that 60% will be under the age of 35, the continent presents a very credible consumer resource going forward. But not just consumer resource, but human capital potential. And so it's important that this is the time that we should start to strengthen all these constructs and turn them into real economic opportunity and wealth creation on the continent. And it's best done by Africans for Africans in Africa. So that is the connection point between the meeting that we are going to have, the Africa Prosperity Dialogues under the Kwewu Summit theme, and the AFCFTA. Also joining us in the meeting will be heads of all the other associations who have some sort of gravitas and have import in the investment space, like UNCTAD, UNDP, many of the multinational agencies, and of course the AFCFTA, the AU, and ECOWAS, and other regional bodies. We believe it to be very important in charting the way going forward, particularly in highlighting the view that we should add value add value to our raw materials and resources and be able to trade amongst ourselves. So I hope I have given you a good enough brief. We are extremely excited about it, not just as GIPC, but as Ghana. And the President has given his blessing and a full support to ensure that we carry the torch of Africa flying bright into the future and create opportunity for our young people and let them be global in their perspectives. So thank you very much. I'll be waiting for you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yofi Grant. As you heard the CEO speak, we have a very rich population and we have the natural resources. We just need to add value to what we have, create opportunities for a lot of people so that we can prosper as a continent. And especially now that we have in place the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is headquartered in Ghana as well, opening markets and also creating the kind of environment where it is easier for Africans to trade among themselves. It was also worth noting that with all the beautiful things that we have as a continent, Mr. Yofi Grant mentioned that only about 5.2% of global FDI flows come to the continent, which is woefully inadequate, although recently there has been some promising numbers in terms of investments. So this maiden conference by investment promotion agencies from around the continent would really help us put into perspective the kind of direction we are going as a continent. I'm also happy with this kind of development because I know that with GIPC as an agency, they are doing so well internally in terms of promoting Ghana within the country and abroad. I know of the Club 100 Awards, the Taste of Ghana, and recently the kind of side meetings they had in Dubai with a whole lot of activities that they are doing for the country. But I believe we will do well if the whole of Africa does well. So I am happy that Mr. Yofi Grant is once again leading the charge to chart a path that will help Africa as a continent do very well in terms of attracting foreign direct investments. So I will now invite your questions. If you have any question for the CEO, kindly show by hand. You mention your name and affiliation and then proceed to ask your question. Okay. Yes, Atta. They are bringing it. Okay, kindly mention your name and affiliation. Can you be more audible? Okay.
Companies that are operating in Africa, they generate about $1 billion within a year, and most of them are multinationals. And you have mentioned that we have resources in Africa, but mostly we rely on foreigners to bring their money to invest. How are you going to leverage on the companies within Africa to invest within Africa, rather than mostly relying on companies outside? And when they come and invest, they take the money outside, and we are left poor. How are you going to leverage within ourselves to help ourselves? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay, I can see one hand.
Yeah, my name is Ebenezer Sabute from Multimedia Joy. My question has to do with regulatory agencies on the continent, even though I know that this has to do with investment agencies. For instance, Nigeria, when you look at the kind of regulatory environment they have, some time ago, our businesses or our traders were prevented from doing business and all that. I don't know what form of discussion are we going to have with this kind of conference, because I know there has been several ECOWAS meetings, AU meetings and all that, and at the end of the day, the story is the same. What form of discussion are we going to have with some of these countries so that we ensure that our companies or our businesses can enter other African countries as they also enter in our country? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Nana.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Yofi. You know, in Africa, one major problem is some trade barriers and currency, common currency.
Affiliation, please.
My name is Anapoku from the Research Life, sorry. Currency, because in Europe they have a common currency. They have tried in West Africa over God knows how many years now. We're not yet there. So what can be done, as it were, to smoothen the ground for some of these things to take off so that investment can come to this country, or we can also do our own thing to generate investment and employment and other things. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take two more questions if there are any hands. If not, okay, John.
Yes, my name is John Awuni Kesvin. Summing up, you mentioned value addition to some of the raw materials Africa is having, and I do know that cocoa is one of the major raw materials Africa supplies. Talk of Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire supplies almost 60% of the world cocoa. And when you look at the chocolate industry, it's in excess of $122 billion as compared to the raw material, which is under $10 billion that Africa gets. So I want to know some specifics that you will be considering in this very summit as to how you can help finish those products so that Africa will benefit a lot from the raw material that we produce. Thank you.
Okay. You have a follow-up question. Okay. Please go ahead.
You know, what I've observed over the years is that when Africa wants to assert itself economically, there are global forces that come with tariff barriers to frustrate Africa from going forward. So now we want to assert ourselves economically. How are you going to confront these global forces? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So we'll go for the responses and then come back for more questions.
If you permit me, I'll start from the last question, which is a very interesting question in terms of trade barriers, etc. As you all recognize, the WTO, World Trade Organization itself, over the past recent years, has virtually come to a point where many of the member states are looking inwards and trying to raise their economies. Of course, we all understand why. The double whammy of recent events in the world have meant that many countries have had to relook their directions. And interestingly, we've seen with Brexit, where now one of the major trading companies in the world started looking inwards. We've seen America also, with Make America Great Again, start looking inwards. And incidentally, the African continent is probably the last bastion and real investment opportunity left. But we are looking outwards. Now, the issue of trade policies, I believe Africa is going to address through the AfCFTA and the compacts that we have intra-continental. Now, the interest is to ensure that we trade amongst ourselves. Because if that opportunity exists and we take advantage of it, it will do much better in creating wealth on the continent than otherwise. And I do concede that there are many economies that are under the stranglehold of developed countries. For example, I've said many times that Africa's inability to become a major agricultural nation is because the global trade infrastructure itself, or global trade architecture, perhaps prevents that. Because as we speak, despite the looming food crisis globally, some countries still dump foods. But the African continent harbors or is home to 65% of the remaining arable land left in the world. So if you are really talking agriculture, it's Africa. Secondly, a significant proportion of Africans are in agriculture, right across the value chain, from production to whatever little value chain there is. And so it's important to renegotiate whatever terms and renegotiate whatever conditions we operate with in agriculture. But having a huge intracontinental market would be the natural solution for that, so that you don't have to depend on other covenants that are not suitable to the continent. And I believe that what we are going to see in the next few years or months is many African countries now reviewing their trade policies and making them structurally important for their economies as well as the African economy. So I hope that answers your question to a certain extent. The quest for economic power is global, and everybody, and I believe almost every country, seeks to be. But we as Africans now need a new narrative where we will add value to our resource in situ before we export. The important outcome of that whole equation is that we would then operate at the higher ends of the value chain. And that is when you will see Africa creating wealth. For example, if you look at cocoa, and one of the questioners did say that, every year, between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, who produce approximately 70% of the world's cocoa beans, our cocoa crop is maybe at best $7 billion. But yes, if you look at the chocolate industry alone, just chocolate, it's right now trending up to about $140 billion a year. Now, as the two countries with 70% of the cocoa beans, where do we want to be? Just producing the beans? Definitely not. add value to it. So you see that quite recently, that narrative has resonated very well in Ghana, and we've had a number of companies come out in the value addition space. But we need to create a bigger economy in that. We need to create critical mass. So the big thing is how we can migrate many of our producers, and indeed, not just our producers, but our traders, to also go into manufacturing for export. And that is a critical linchpin to moving away from being subject to global trends. And so this is one of the issues that we are going to talk about. How do we mobilize investments onto the continent? And I'll use that to also answer a question that came up about intra-continental investment. Now, for the longest time, despite Africa's wealth, its people have been poor. And that is primarily because we export our raw materials and our resources to outside the continent. And I've just given you an example. I'm told that, and I stand to be corrected though, I'm told that a ton of bauxite out of the ground is just about $60. But if you consider the same process into aluminium and into alumina and aluminium, that is multiplied over 100 times. And the demand for aluminium is global. The demand for iron and steel is global. The demand for lithium is even more global now. And Africa can actually leverage its resource, its lithium resource, to chart a new path, even with the global trade infrastructure. Lithium is required for Industry 4.0, or the new direction of global economies. It's used in all the batteries for electric cars. Coltan, for example, is required for every mobile phone, not to mention chromium and platinum, which are also then cobalt. And all these are found in significant quantities on the continent. The big challenge is whether to extract those resources because of the dire need of resources to develop ourselves, or to create a new path where we add value before we export, because that will have much higher value and bring us much more money into the continent. But that is a direction which I believe very strongly that most of Africa is committed to. And so what we're going to probably see is very soon almost every African country would want to add value to its mineral resources before it exports them, because that will bring multiples of the wealth that we require, as against just exporting the raw materials. And one would ask, as a questioner asks, but why hasn't it happened all this time? It's because perhaps we hadn't done it. We just exported the raw materials. I mean, and rightly said, the global trade rules has made it so. Indeed, if you look at gold, for example, even if you want to sell gold in today's world, the agency that will certify your gold is not in Africa. It's not African. It sits in a country that does not mine gold. So as a continent, we need to find a way to have our own way of standardizing and certifying the gold. And as we speak, I mean, in Ghana, we've already had one gold refinery set up quite recently, such that we just don't export the gold raw, but we add value. We process it, we refine it, which brings multiples in wealth to it before we export. And that is the narration that we're likely to see in Africa. On the other hand, too, is the regulatory framework. Now, that is why the AFCFTA is important, because what it does is that it is going to rewrite protocols that we all agree to in creating that tariff-free market. And it's a big enough market, like I said. It's as big as China and it's as big as India. Now, if you look at the economic history right across the world, population has always been a factor in wealth creation in regions. If you look at some of the biggest countries in the world, who are also some of the richest countries, it's because of the population size. If you look at some of the very small countries, which are the richest in the world too, it's because they process other people's raw materials and goods and create services for others. I don't think any of this is lost on Africa. Indeed, I think Africa is now more excited into taking that same trajectory and ensuring that we become the continent that you need to come to for value. Now, the issue of capital investing on the continent, intracontinental investments, which currently is about 5%. I think it has a historical construct to it, in the sense that over the past few decades, post the independence era, most of African private sector has not been pushed into wealth creation or capital formation. Most of our governments were nationalistic, and most of them were central governments, and did not necessarily invigorate the private sector enough to create wealth. And as you all well know, it's not every state that the government can employ everybody or the government can go into business. There seems to be a perceived inefficiency when governments run businesses, which has led to privatizations all over the world. But when private sector is invigorated, energized, and empowered, you see wealth creation happening at a faster rate. And that is where Ghana is right now. And quite recently, as somebody said, the president went along with a group of very capable private sector players to Abu Dhabi to have a very open chat about the opportunities and how we can work together for mutual benefit. And it was extremely successful. Many of the private sector players came back and had engaged into very serious, discussions indeed. Very early this morning, one of the very prominent businessmen called me and he asked me, but why your people like that? And I said, which people? And he said, your people from the Emirates. Since I got back Saturday, they haven't let me sleep. Every 10 minutes, somebody's calling, asking, so what do we do with this? Calling, what do we do with that? That is the level of intensity we want in this country. They understand business, and they know how to do it. And so, even us going out and engaging with these people, we get to understand what the global demands are, what the standards are, and we learn. And my dear friend says they come and invest in Ghana, and then when they make the money, they take it all away. Well, the important thing is that we have to also make money here and keep it here. Because I can assure you that if you became a big, prominent businessman, and you became a supplier of FDI, and for example, you set up a big business in Togo, and you made a lot of money in Togo, I doubt you tell me that I will leave the money in Togo. You bring it back home. You will bring it back home. That's the import of, but there is a lot to be said for FDI. It brings capital, it brings technology, it brings state-of-the-art know-how, it also gives you taxes, but it also creates another opportunity for you to build and learn upon and create your own. And so we should sometimes not just look at the negative aspect, we should latch onto the positive and ride it to our own benefit. And I believe that we should be able to do so. We are quite keen now. I believe that the country has entered into another mode where we realize that we have to do quite a lot about what we have already to build a stronger nation. So that is that. And yes, many countries also set up regulatory frameworks to protect their own. We have ours. We also have some protectionist policies here. But it depends on what it gives to us. And technically, if you want to have some protectionism, you must make sure that it benefits your people optimally. If it doesn't, then perhaps it's not as useful. So we need to do some of these things, and we need to work with an open and constructive and progressive mind. The important thing is we must grow into wealth, and we must find the opportunities for wealth creation. And yes, at some point, Nigerians blocked their borders for various reasons, and it obstructed Ghanaian traders going across. But with the AFCFTA protocols, we are going to have a way of having remedials from all these country rules and regulations by adopting a common framework that will enable us trade effectively. We are not there yet, but we are gradually getting there. And additionally, there's going to be an investment protocol written up which enables us to standardize and create standards in investment attraction, but also to open up the continent so that intracontinental investments can take place, without inhibitions. So we are at a very good point in our history where we can transform very positively, even on the back of recent developments that have happened globally. What for me it signifies is that the world is in a new phase. New countries are seeking new partnerships and new trading partners. In fact, the pandemic led to a wave of what we call onshoring and reshoring, where countries were now looking at where to place factories, etc., etc. And Africa in that equation sounds and looks extremely attractive. So for us, it's important to also bring in the investment to produce on the continent for the continent, but desirably by indigenous of the continent. I hope I've answered the questions. The currency issue. Well, the currency issue is always going to be a difficult one. So far as we are importing much more than we are exporting, we would always have the cedi under threat from imports. Bear in mind, the trade equation is that we take monies from here, because payments is in dollars, we buy dollars here, and then use them to buy goods from another economy, bring the goods here, sell in cedis, and then we want to convert them back into dollars. And so we have that equation that makes sure that because we are not producing enough ourselves, our currency will always be under threat. Because when you buy dollars off the market and you go and buy goods and you bring them here and you sell them, you want to convert the cedis back to dollars. You understand how it works. And it's always difficult. But can you imagine if we're exporting much more than we're importing? We would have a good cash flow of dollars, which will not put pressure on the cedi. The important thing is we need to move away from exporting our raw materials just for dollars into manufacturing which you can sell and export at much higher values. And that is why I said that there is a new paradigm of renegotiation of many of these trade covenants. But the most important part is that if we can trade internally, it will solve a lot of those problems. And I'm sure many of you know about the Pan-African Payment Plan, which ensures that you can buy and sell in your local currencies within the continent. If that happens, it's going to create a new opportunity of wealth creation in almost every country. So I hope that answers your question. I hope you are convinced. But maybe let me add one more bit. Right, yes, I was just going to go there. But I also have to say that one of the important constructs that makes the dollar still strong in global trade is that almost all oil and gas and gold is traded only in dollars. And so far as many countries still need to buy gold as a store of value, they will use dollars. In fact, most of the trade architecture depends on foreign currencies. You're either buying and selling dollars, buying and selling euros, or buying and selling in yuan as in China. But can you imagine if you were buying and selling everything in Ghana in cedis only? It would be a very powerful currency for us. Now, the issue of the common currency. Maybe just to give you a little bit of highlight. I mean, if you take the European Union, for example, it was first proposed by a French civil servant called Jean Monnet. It took 50 years to implement, only because of currency. So it's not an easy answer that, oh yes, we should all adopt a common currency, because these are 54 or 55 countries at varying levels of economic development, and each with its own sovereignty, who wants to maintain its currency, except a few regional bodies like UMOA, which is the Francophone zone in West Africa, which uses the CFA as a common currency. But I believe that gradually we will get to a point. There's still a lot of work to be done. For example, easing access to countries. There are still countries in Africa that require you to have a visa before going there. If we really want to trade and make movement within our countries easy, then those are some of the issues we want to look at. There is also issues of nationalism and sovereignty. Will we just permit anybody from anywhere to just come into our market to trade? And then they also agree that we can go to their countries to trade freely. Those are still issues to contend. And I'm sure you are quite aware of the problems that Guta has been having. These are all things that need new thinking. But the important thing is that whatever thoughts we put to the table must inure to our benefit and creating wealth and opportunity in our economy. So adoption of a common currency, yes, it's going to take a while. The ECO, as you spoke about, has taken many years to achieve. And that's because there are qualifying criteria that you need to meet as a country. Your inflation levels, your exchange levels, your interest rates, etc. must be at a certain stabilized level before you can engage into it. And that has been a challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Yofi. Please, if there are any follow-up questions, this will be the last round. If not, we invite Mr. Yofi Grant for his concluding remarks. Okay, I can see one hand at the back.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Anope de meka chikakra. Mitie o menya jipa menya GC African so be bia enso e be koy enim. Na me question is say sansham shemde we share mu sa several times. Now this time then ya ewe from kwa be say we di afi we di e enso ye be di nkunim. Na second one nso ye enkof bedo na mo Africa no. Ye doso. But yeah, na omo middle class no pen omo was idea so say yenka say nema nyamo wa say then ye everything so be kan enyim no honi atonyo mukro that's it the friend Mansa Musa.
Thank you, Athamensa once again. Yes, I was quite impressed with the Mansa Musa from maybe Mali Empire. Thank you. With regards to adopting common trade framework and investment protocol, you have set any timeline that this will be materialized? Then I want to also find out whether there will be any communique after the forum. Thank you.
Okay. So I take that to be the last question. So we'll take the CEO's responses and also his concluding remarks.
Me also obi pese odi aseme ba mitwi no fa papa nti we dey Mr. Wara will speak back to English. I'm sure you understand English very well. Yes. You know, you ask a very, very important question. And one of the things that GIPC have discussed with Ministry of Trade and we're going to do is to percolate down the protocols of the AFCFTA to our informal market, particularly our SMEs and SMIs. It is very clear, the President has made it very clear to those of us in the that the private sector must be energized to take over the wheels of economic growth in the country. And our private sector, if you look at the Ghanaian economy, 85% of our economy is SMEs and SMIs, small and medium-sized economies. Even for cocoa, for which we are a major global player, the average size of a cocoa farm in Ghana is 3 acres. So we are very small and very informal. Now, how do you energize those to also upscale? You do it with partnerships and linkages for trade. So even as you look and bring in big investors, you also try and get local people into the supply chains of some of these companies. And there are many countries with examples to bear in that. Singapore, for one, the Emirates, another, even Mauritius in Africa. And by partnering with local people and getting people well entrenched in the supply chains of some of these big players, we also get to develop our informal private sector. One of the critical elements in all this is when there are reshoring and onshoring opportunities in factories. Because as a country, if we are not very well advanced to start manufacturing everything from start to finish, what you can do is to plug in the value chain of some of these things, what we call global value chains. So for example, we have rubber in Ghana. How about we producing rubber for cars in Morocco and South Africa? We have cotton here. How about we producing textiles for the factories in Kenya and Mauritius? We have cocoa. I know that Rwanda, for example, are very keen to start making their own chocolate. How do we enter into trade with them to ensure that our private sector players get opportunities to sell semi-finished products so that they can add value. So it's all about, that's why it's all about engagement and charting a new path. Incidentally, Africans are very nationalistic somehow. But I believe that the time is now coming that we shall look at the global economy communally, because that is how we can create value on the continents to grow. There's absolutely no question that the AFCFTA is probably one of the most important developments on the African continent since Ghana gained independence in 1957. And Ghana is so well positioned to take advantage of that. And I keep saying all the time that Ghana, by God's grace, is in the center of the world. We are the only country on latitude 0 and longitude 0. So we have a 360 view in our relationships with the world. And as I did say a few days back, we neither look north, south, east, or west. We look forward. And now, it starts now. And my good friend asked, but why is that it hasn't happened all the time and it's now happening? Life is dynamic, time is dynamic. And I would seek solace in the Bible. So when I was a child, I spoke as a child, I worked as a child. But as I grew up, I started speaking like a grown. We are now speaking like grown-ups in the continent and in Ghana particularly. Things may not be perfect, but they are well on the way to being great. And so we need to be energized. We need to motivate ourselves and not only look at the bad things, but look at the good things that can happen. Human beings dwell on goodness, not on badness. I mean, I have many friends in business today who would tell me that they don't listen to radio or watch TV because I'm going to say something, I'm sure you all laugh, because they don't like the noise. Neither does their money. What they want to hear is a positivity, and so we need to push that positivity. And yes, sometimes it's hard. But you can only take a step forward if you are positive. If you are negative, you take a step backwards. So all the things happening now today show that there is a new narration coming out. And we need to motivate ourselves. We can't always just accept that things are bad and Africa is bad. Africa is good. And when I go outside and I travel around the world, I'm sometimes taken aback and surprised. But everybody talks about Africa, 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 and the African opportunity. But when you come home, it's a different thing. So we are starting that conversation right from here. That is why we are having the Africa Prosperity Dialogues. That is why the AFCFTA headquarters is in Ghana, because they recognize that Ghana is doing certain things that Africa should have done many years ago. For example, the one district, one factory policy. It's a nascent industrialization policy. Can you imagine what will happen if every year 200 factories or even 10 factories are set up in areas of the country? Can you imagine what will happen in 5 years? Opportunities will be created for young people. You also create trade opportunities, and even those who want to stay in the retail business can now find products from your country to sell to other countries. So it's a new, like I said, take it. And for you in the press, I think this is really your calling. This is truly your calling. That to make our countries great again, to make the continent great again, you need to step up to the plate. It's not always about the negative story. Africa needs positive stories, and you are the ones who carry the story. It's not us. We only generate, you carry. So I hope that this will inspire you to look out and say that, yes, maybe we now need to start talking of opportunity and how to push our own people into these opportunities. So that's my simple message to you this morning. Thank you.
That was so inspiring. On behalf of the Minister for Information, Management and staff of our ministry, I would like to say a big thank you for using this platform to educate Ghanaians on the maiden assembly of Africa Investment Promotion Agencies, and also to inspire us to see the opportunities that are available on our continent. And to the press, once again, I will say that you have the platform that we don't have. So we pray that you will spread the word and get people to appreciate some of these issues and lead us into a narrative that will help us take the opportunities that have already been mentioned by Mr. Yofi Grant. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making time this morning. Thank you.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Hanokre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wanton and be a man in Quine Baby.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suye. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
We're going on a road trip to the Volta region, specifically Amejofe. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car.
Join Wanda Hagan on a road trip to the Volta region as she returns to your screens for People and Places on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
I have to put on my A game.
Prove them wrong. Defend now the defenseless.
If you take care of that place, your man will eat that place up.
As class, we need a young, not young per se, but a slim guy.
Okay.
You can fuck us like 10 times, and then the next time you come, it's so tight.
Ouch.
Paula Amabrini returns to your screens with Moans and Cuddles on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
Hundreds of people lost their jobs between 2017 and 2020 due to the banking sector cleanup. Today on GhanaWeb Special, we'll be speaking to one of the affected persons on how she's been coping since she lost her job. I am Nima to Yakubu Atoyese. We'll be right back with our guest. Welcome back from that short break. I have with me Jemima Mensah. Jemima Mensah, thanks for coming. And
thank you.
How have you been coping since you lost your job in 2017?
Thank you very much. My warm greetings to your watching viewers, your listeners, and everybody. I want to say a big thank you to my I want to say a big thank you to you for this great opportunity. It hasn't been easy, my dear. It hasn't been easy. For the past 4 years, I've been home without a job, and the challenges are way more than words could explain for me, because for working for 13 years in the banking sector, and all of a sudden you come home with nothing, with kids, and life must go on. How do I pick the pieces? It hasn't been easy, but the challenges are so much that I don't know where to start and where to end.
Let me help you out. So, when did you lose your job? Was it after the cleanup? Did they give you a part-time job for you to work and later say, oh, you should move? How did it start?
Okay, so the whole thing started 2017, 14th August, when our license, I used to work for Capital Bank, so our licenses were revoked. And from then, we were working for GCB as they have taken over our company, so we were working for them. We worked for them for almost 8 months, if I'm not exaggerating, from 2017, August 14 to when they gave us appointment letter on February 4th, 2018. So we worked for them, and then along the line we were employed to GCB 2018. I was transferred to KN Circle, GCB. So I worked with them for roughly 9 months. After that, I was never confirmed. So it means after 6 months, my confirmation was extended to another 3 months. And then nothing happened. I went to work one day and I was told to go home with a letter that they don't need my services anymore.
What was their reason?
There was no reason. On the termination letter, there wasn't any reason that we've done this, or they just that our services are no longer needed. But from the background, what I heard was that if you don't have SS, 3 credits, as in English, Maths and Science, you are out. And some of us, we don't even have the SS. We did matured entrance, so we went first, because it's like that is their policy. If you don't have it, even if you are a graduate, a master's degree or whatever, and you don't have the English, Science and Maths, the 3 credits, as in C, and you have 1 D, you are out. It doesn't matter how your higher level of education is.
But what was your role at the bank precisely?
I was a teller.
Okay.
I was a teller. So I went home. By then I was in school. I was in school, Pentecost University. I went home. I was in my 2nd year. So the news was, I can remember that day as if it was today, how I felt. Because how do I feed my kids, the family? How am I going to break the news to my family and all that? But we came home, we fought to get a better job or something, but nothing good was coming up.
So you applied at various.
Did
you also try banking sector?
Banking sector. Actually, I was so desperate that any job would do, provided I'll get something to take care of my family. As
when
in
the
my
opportunity
case.
didn't come, what else did you try aside the banking sector?
Okay, so I tried cooking. I registered my catering company, and with the help of friends and families, I have a strong support team. Thank you guys. I know I can't mention the names. I know you are all watching, and I'm so grateful for your support and everything. It took me 2 years to build that catering services and registered the company. I wasn't working, so you asked how do I pay my fees and how do I finance the catering services. Today my husband will know what I was doing when he goes to work, because I felt that if I tell him that I'm going to clean somebody's house to support the house, he wouldn't encourage me to do that.
So whilst you were in school and you wanted to try the business, food business or the catering service, you started doing domestic work for others?
Yes, because the catering services needs time. It took me 2 years to do that. So where will I get the funding to build that my business? So I have to go from house to house. When my husband goes to work, I scarf my hair and then walk around. Do you want to wash? Do you want to clean your house? Then I go to where my area where we have corporate ladies or corporate people that are very busy. Then I'll go to their houses and ask, and I'll do the laundry. Sometimes 100 cedis, sometimes 150. Sometimes you get 50 cedis for the cleaning and all that. So I did it for a while without my husband knowing, because I'll take my kids to school and then I'll come and do it.
And he has left for...
He has left. So in the evening, by the time you come,
you are done.
I'm home. Everything is okay. Because how much does he earn for him to give enough?
Family.
There are other responsibilities, kids' fees, rent, and chop money. So, I mean, you can't sit down and fold your arms and say that you are just sitting there doing nothing.
Until today, he never knew you went out to do...
Wow. He never knew.
So what happens after, when you started the catering services? I remember you said you had to close it down due to a difficult challenge you faced. Can you share that with us?
Yes, please. I started, and as a new beginner, you know you have challenges, but it was picking up. It was picking up, and then I met this elderly woman who came as a mother. She appeared to be like a sweet woman who always supports me. So in terms of prayers, in terms of encouragement and advice. So one day she came and she was like, oh, can you guarantee a loan for me? And I didn't think twice. I didn't look back, because...
How much was the loan?
15,000.
Okay. But did you know her family? You just knew her because she assisted you?
Yes, she lived close to where I have my business. Okay. So she normally comes, buy some of the food, help me in my chores and all that, because I didn't have money to employ somebody to help me. Yeah. So I was doing everything myself. So I did it. I did that. I guaranteed the loan
of 15,000 for her.
So after that, when the first payment, as in reinstallment, came, she was nowhere to be found. And this woman is gone.
When you say she's gone, as in
we can't find her.
After you guaranteed the loan for her?
Yes, we can't find her.
So how did you know she's gone? Did the bank call you?
Yes, the bank called me, and I was like, oh, you haven't. She haven't brought the money. She haven't paid. I was like, oh, I spoke to her yesterday. She will pay. They said time is up, so we are calling you. I went to her house and I was told she's traveled, and I was like, why wouldn't you leave the money if you are traveling? Yeah. You know you are supposed to pay a loan. So her phone is off. And up till now, I don't know where she is.
So it means you are paying the loan?
I'm paying. I've paid, and the challenges were way too much. How do I pay? How do I pay 850 every month?
When you don't even have a job.
I don't even have a job. And what I've started is like, it can't fetch me that much a month. So do I use the chop money my husband gives me to pay the loan?
Or you forfeit your catering?
So I don't know what to do. I was so worried and disturbed, confused. So the only option that came was for me to sell the container.
There's business you established, you had to sell
everything and then pay at least some of the loan, and then I'll be relaxed to see what I can do to finish the other one.
Have you heard from her?
No, please.
You've never heard from her?
I've never heard. I've never heard.
And that was when?
That was it last 2 years or last year, July?
Oh.
It's been a year and some months.
Are you done paying the loan?
No, I'll be done by December.
From that, it means that you started a business, and just when the business was building up, you had to stop it because somebody had taken your loan, and you guaranteed and has failed to pay.
Yes,
so you had to give up your business.
Yes, please.
After that, what happened next to you?
So after that, by then I was still in school. So those that's domestic jobs and other things, I was still doing it because then I've come to nothing. And thanks to my colleagues, my family, I was able to graduate with 2nd class.
Welcome from that break, and this is GhanaWeb Special. We've been speaking to Jemima Mensah, who has been sharing her life experience after losing her job due to the banking cleanup exercise. So she's now an Uber driver, and we want to ask her how it all began. Jemima, how did it start for you becoming an Uber driver? Was it a difficult decision for you to take, and how have you been coping in the male world?
Thank you. Actually, taking the decision was not too difficult because you see the motivation here is that I have to feed my family, especially my kids, and at least provide for my dad too. So when you look around, based on that, that was the strength. That was what encouraged me to do that. When I took the decision 2 months ago, the main focus was to meet the daily economic needs. And then maybe, perhaps, God will permit my helper to sit in my car one day and get me the job that I've been looking for. But when I'm at home, who will notice me? Nobody. So these are the 2 main reasons why it wasn't so difficult to take that decision to drive to be an online driver or Uber driver. I started 2 months ago. I used to drive Hyundai Accent 2012 model, but the fuel consumption was too much. So I tried it for a month and I realized that, okay, it won't work. So I traded that one off and bought this smaller car. It's not bad. It's not bad because at least by close of day, you get something small to buy food for your family, which when you are home, nobody will give it to you. The challenge...
I want to ask, before we get to how you've been coping with the male-dominated field where they drive Uber, did you suffer any emotional breakdown? Did you go through depression at these trying moments before you took this decision?
So many times, countless times. Imagine you have nothing to eat and you are owing. What you are owing is not what you have spent, but you let somebody loan. So countless times that I've thought of committing suicide. But I wanted to kill myself and my kids because I couldn't think about the fact that I would leave my kids for them to suffer.
They will suffer, they have their dad. You didn't trust their father enough to take care of them. And why would you think about suicide?
A mother's love, and the child will come, Mom, I want this, and whatever he needs, you go the extra mile to get it. I'm not saying their father won't do that, but a mother's love is stronger than...
What was your strength that prevented you from doing this act?
My kids. My kids.
You didn't want to die or just
I actually didn't want to leave them. Because if I commit suicide and I kill them, okay, maybe they are going to be big people, important people. I don't know their destiny. So then if you want to hurt yourself, why do you want to involve them? And I don't want to also hurt myself and leave them to see them suffer. So that was it. Thank God I didn't do it. here I am now on this big platform because I took the initiative to drive boats or online driving. If I had not, nobody would notice me.
By your married life, I'm talking about this because of the issue of depression. How was your marriage? Did this affect your marriage in any way?
Oh, yes. You know, love doesn't go without money. So if the issue is if one person is the only source of income support, definitely the person might not say it because he knows the situation, but you could sense it. A little bit tension and here and there. So it affected every aspect of my life, every aspect. My marital, my family life, my social life, as in friends. Because the moment you pick a call, hey, obesreska, obebusame, and it's better to ask than to die. So there are times that you can't help it, you see. So it affected the whole aspect of life. But I realized that the only way to change that situation is to do something. And that something was, I don't have money, I have my car, I can drive. So why not try it? But my slogan that I formed for myself before I started this was, it's better to die a hero than to die a failure. This is very risky. People are being beaten, their cars are being snatched away. But if you go and nothing happens to you, you come home with food. So that was what motivated me. It's also part of the reasons why.
So far, how is it doing? I know you have major challenge with your Uber business, but how is it? How are you coping with it so far?
It's not bad. As I said, it's better than nothing. Okay, the prices and fuel and other things are not meeting the real time life reality, but it's better than none. This is a great opportunity to. I met you because you requested a boat, and wow, you were impressed. There have been a couple of riders who have been enthused and happy about my me being a boat driver, and sometimes I get monies that I don't deserve because I'm happy, encouragement, words of encouragement. And it's exciting. It's exciting. It's better. It has encouraged me because at a point you'll be in the house crying, and there's nothing coming up. But now when I go out, I meet a lot of people, 90% good ones. I have experienced one bad person, but hey,
it's part of life.
It's part of life. So I'm happy. I'm happy for now.
So Jemima is a boat rider and not an Uber driver. I'm making that correction. And she says what inspired her is that it is better to die a hero than to die empty. A failure. And that has been her motivation. Before we sign up, we want to let her share her worst experience as a boat rider. Can you share that with us? Because it looks like in every good thing there is one bad incident.
Yeah. Yes. I remember one early morning, I had a request and I went. A well-dressed gentleman came and boarded the ride. I took him to his first destination and then he said, oh, wait for me. I will do some few rounds with you. For 4 hours, we moved around town, and then we went to a bank. I don't want to mention the bank's name, but we went to a bank. Said, oh, let me withdraw some money and pay you. And that was it.
He never returned.
He never returned. He took the money away. And from 8 a.m. to 12 o'clock in the afternoon, I wasted fuel, I wasted time, and the guy was gone.
Oh, that is a very sad note.
But
it didn't discourage you? Did it discourage you?
I was broken. I was seriously broken. And then I called my husband. And was like, you don't do your short trips. You are behaving as if you are a man. This job is risky. What if he has done something wrong to you? Yeah. So it's also another experience that showed me that, okay, so if you go,
These are some of the challenges.
We'll give you money. If you are spending 4 hours, you give me the money and then we will go. Yes. So.
It's been a sad event. I've been speaking to Jemima Mensah, a boat driver with a human resource degree who wants to join the corporate world again. I hope someone watching this is willing to help her fulfill this dream. Contact us at GhanaWeb and we'll link you to her. I am Nimatu Yakubu Atoyese and thanks for watching.
We are going on a road trip to the Volta region, specifically at Mejofe. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car.
Join Wanda Hagan on her road trip to the Volta region as she returns to your screens for People and Places on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. Wabrian, Tennessee, and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so ye unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
I have to put on my A game.
Prove them wrong. Defend now the defenseless.
If you take care of that place, your man will eat that place up.
As class, we need a young, not young per se, but a slim guy.
Okay. You can fuck us like 10 times, and then the next time you come, it's so tight.
Ouch. Paula Amabrini returns to your screens with Moans and Cuddles on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
I went to Bato in 2002, April, after my house job in Kolebu. And I went with another doctor, now a big surgeon. We intended to stay for 2 years and then go back to Kolebu and then specialize. We wanted to do obstetrics and gynecology. When I went there, I met a nun, Sister Idgita Gorgeous, who was from Germany, a gynecologist. She became my mentor. Let me say one thing she said, that one person does not make a hospital. Kofi Efa alone cannot make a hospital. So when you get all these accolades, you must appreciate that it has taken more than one person. I may operate. We have an anesthetist who gives the anesthesia. We have recovery room, perioperative nurses who work with us, recovery room staff staff who take care of the patients. When we come to cervical cancer prevention and training center, I cannot mention it without talking about Miss Ethel Tekbo and then Miss Comfort or Mrs. Comfort Womeno. They are the backbones. But that is to put it aside. Sister Edita Gorgeous came from Germany and spent 42 years in Bato. In more difficult times, when there was no light, no electricity in Bato, it was difficult to get water. They stayed there for 42 years and finally left Bato in August 2012. They finally left Bato in August 2012. That is 10 years ago, 10 and a half years ago. When they were going back, and I would not want to tell long stories about what I did leave before coming back, because that was the year they were going. We needed somebody in Bato to hold the fort. I decided to go there. My motivation was the fact that these were Germans who had left a legacy not for Bato alone, but for the whole country. The Bato you see now is a legacy for the whole country. What the hospital does in other places, this would be a national asset. I am not from Bato. I struggled. Every year, my ever increases by 1% from some time. Now I'm 12%. I don't speak Ewe. I struggle to speak Ewe. I understand a bit. I speak a little. Very basic. But when they were leaving, the Germans were leaving, I told myself I was going to stay for 5 years, because the first 5 years are the most difficult years when any system gets that the changeover. Here I am. I've been there 10 years and counting. I am happy because of this recognition. It means people recognize what you have done. But Honorable, you said something. It goes beyond me. It goes beyond me. When I was a young medical student, very young boy in Accra, we heard about the neurosurgeon, Dr. Mustafa, who killed himself, and died a pauper. I've asked myself, I've stayed in April, I'll be 21 years in Bato. I have not done a single locum. That doesn't mean I don't operate in other hospitals. Sometimes they call me, I go and do it for free. I don't charge. It is not because when people ask me, Dr. Bano, they always say it. I tell them my father left me a pot of gold. I'm joking. The point is that, you see, life goes beyond money, but you need money to survive. As it is now, I still rent a place to stay. I don't have my own place. Let's look at it this way. If a doctor like me works, I have 10 years to retire. 10 and a half years, or maybe less than 11 years to retire. If I give my all, where would I be? You know, I told you that the German, and I'm happy the media is here. You see, I would be very happy. The story goes beyond just receiving a gift. I will be very happy if you get the perspective. It is important for sustainability of healthcare in this country. The German nun who came to Bato for 42 years was not a Ghanaian. I have worked with other people from Europe. When they work this hard, as I've done, they do not think about retirement where they will sleep. Yes. I am still thinking, in the next 2-3 years, where will I be? This is serious. And younger people are looking up to me. They look at the car I drive, a second-hand Toyota Corolla. Dr. Bano, they tell me it does not befit me. I tell them, the most important thing is to get to work and then back. I drive it once a week, sometimes once in 2 weeks. At a point in time, I started, it wouldn't start because I had not started it in over 3 weeks. The battery was dead. But that is not about it. If you have a doctor who is putting in all this, who is not spending his money on women. Oh no, you see, who is, when I close from work, for the 22 years, every year, I am paid less than the number of hours that I work. And that is what, you see, until recently, that the medical association worked for conditions of services for doctors. We didn't have any conditions of service. You just work and work and work. If you have the good conscience, you may end up falling down. Those without the conscience would leave the hospital and go and do private practice. They are the ones who are making money. And unfortunately, if I tell you the number of people, some my own relatives, who tell me, what have you seen in Bato? Why can't you come and set up your own place? You make more money. Then I tell them, if I had my peace of mind and I know that when I retire, I am not going to be a pauper. In fact, I will put in even more. And there are many doctors like me. How do we get these doctors to put in there? Because I am at the prime. In fact, I am even beyond my prime. I can see the number, if I'm operating now, I struggle compared to 8 years ago. When I was operating 8 years ago, it was effortless. Now I struggle a bit. So I have gone past my peak, my prime. I'm actually this. So the younger ones must replace me. At this point, you ask yourself, how many young ones would be willing to come and do what we are doing? The other point is that even if I had not done what I had done and decided to do it at a much later stage, when I was convinced about my security, where I will stay after retirement, we wouldn't achieve this. So it is extremely important that younger ones would have. I would like to quote, let me quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He said, philanthropy is commendable, but it must not make the philanthropist overlook the circumstances of economic injustice which make philanthropy necessary. Philanthropy is commendable, but it must not make the philanthropist overlook the circumstances of economic injustice which makes philanthropy necessary. Yes, your gesture, Honorable, perfect. I have a personal relationship with him. He knows me. I am neither NDC nor MPP. He knows what I write and what I can write and what I will write after this.
Just have mercy on me.
So it is good to have philanthropy, to donate this to me. But a system that paid me well so that I wouldn't have needed this philanthropy would be better. But it is not possible. If I tell you how much I earn in a month, you would wonder. And some of us are conservative. I am not investing in private things because I'm very conservative. And when you try to invest with the government, treasury bills and bonds, look at where we are. No, all jokes aside. So you can imagine my fears about my retirement. My fears about retirement. So, as we sit here, I would like this discussion to go beyond philanthropy from time to time to a system that rewards people to be able to take care of their lives, not just to rely on philanthropy. And this is what I would want it to end. So, the young ones are watching. If you don't have an MP like the Northern MP, there may be people in other regions doing what I'm doing who do not have this kind of MP. What happens to them? They will die of paupers. So at a point in time, everybody decides that, okay, I've done my best. Let me at this point. So I would say that let me at this point leave Bato and go and concentrate on some private practice so that I retire. Meanwhile, this is the time I have the most experience to share and then to transform the country. To be able to make some doctors like us continue like this, we need some security to do that. And I say I'm not fighting for myself. I'm fighting usually for those who are coming after me.
I have to put on my A game.
Prove them wrong.
Right.
Defend now the defenseless.
If you take care of that place, your man will eat that place up.
As class, we need a young, not young per se, but a slim guy.
Okay.
You
You can fuck us like 10 times, and then the next time you come, it's so tight.
Ouch! Paula Amabrini returns to your screens with Mountain Cuddles on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
We're going on a road trip to the Volta region, specifically at Mejofe. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car.
Join Wanda Hagan on a road trip to the Volta region as she returns to your screens for People and Places on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
Now,
Back Canocre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
The water is blue. Love from Zanzibar.
This is Stone Town, a prominent historical city located in Zanzibar, an island in Tanzania. It's a fishing town located along a natural harbor, and the first Europeans to set foot on the island of Zanzibar were the Portuguese. Stone Town gets its name from the houses built with local stone by the Arab traders and slaves during the 19th century. Shocky. Giving us a welcome juice. This is hibiscus, right? Yes. Okay. We just arrived in Stone Town, which is their city. This is where the airport is. So we are very close to the airport, and while here we can also do one or two tours we were not able to do back in Michanvi. So this is how it looks like, and yeah. So luckily for us, we've been given room number 9, which is the same number we had in Michanvi. If you guys remember, we had room number 9. So let me give you a short tour. It's quite a very simple room. Let's see. Very small kitchen. It comes with an AC and a fan. Unfortunately, I didn't know the bathroom is outside. This is the shower. This is also our private toilet. There are also others for other rooms. So guys, I'm here at Stone Town. So we are self-touring. I think this area looks more of like a park. A lot of people are sitting. We are seeing a lot of tourists walking around. Do something beautiful for you all. I'm very happy. My new friends here are about to do something special for you. So watch them.
From here?
Yeah, from here. From here, Zanzibar. Sugarcane juice. We're gonna try shawarma. 2,500.
Oh, wow. This is massive fish. Massive fish. This is shellfish. You understand? Shellfish. Yeah. This is octopus. This is calamari. Yeah.
Are they fresh?
Tuna fish. Also, do you know guinea fowl?
Yes.
This is guinea fowl meat. In Swahili, in Swahili you can say kanga. Kanga. Yes. Yeah. Also, this is musa beef, musa vegetarian, sliced potato, rice cake here. This is dark liver inside. Dark liver. Yes. Dark liver, chapati, coconut bread, garlic bread, vegetable with egg, bread.
So we are going to try duck meat, crabs, and octopus. It's not done yet. He's about to make them over there.
Yes.
Chicken, duck, octopus.
We're going to have our meat street food style here in Zanzibar. It's the second day here at the Shoki. I really like this lighting, so beautiful. So we wanted an upgrade and we decided to take the family room for the next 2 nights. He's still here at the Shoki. This is how it looks like. It's a family room, so it comes with a bunk bed, beautiful, made of wood, so strong. I think I'll sleep here tonight. Sleep here the next day. Continue here on this bed.
So the plan is now we are doing
No, meet our tour guide. Introduce yourself at least to them.
Okay, so my name is Saleh and I'm a tour guide from Zanzibar. So today I'm having this friend from another mother from Nigeria.
Ghana!
Ghana, yeah. No, sorry, from Ghana, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll be taking them different party of Zanzibar, especially like Slave Market, Spice Market, House of Wonder, Freddie Mercury, and etc.
Okay.
Yes.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. This is my outfit of today. Woo! Right here in Zanzibar, Stone Town. We're about to have a city tour with our new friend who's a tour guide. You'll see him soon. I'm very happy because I want to know everything here in Stone Town, and so you're coming along with us, so let's go.
The place where we are here, we are at the night market. This is the place where people, they used to come to get dinner every night down here. They used to have a street food. As you see down here, it's stuck because they cook down here. You see they put some charcoal and whatever.
and the food is really fresh. That's why many more people will come. Not only for the tourists, but it's also for the local, you see. And there is a building down here in front of you. This is called House of Wonder. So why it's called the House of Wonder? Because it used to be the first house to use electricity, running water, and running water in whole East Africa. Stone Town, as I told you, the reason is because the building was built by the stone and coral from the sea. Like if you touch it, you can feel. This is pure coral from the sea. But nowadays, it's strictly prohibited to use them. You see?
Why?
Yeah, yes, because you know there are not so many, and it's a house of fish. By the time there was a plant of them, so when it's low tide, a lot of coral comes out. You see? But nowadays you're not allowed to use them. It's only before. So and nowadays the city is under the UNESCO heritage, so that people are not allowed to change the nature of the house. Yes. It's the reason, bro.
Okay.
I realized since we came here, the water we bath is hard water. It's a little salty. Do you have fresh water here apart from the bottled water people drink?
We have a really fresh water here. Maybe because the place where you are, you know, depends. Because you told me you have been staying in Michambe.
Yeah.
So Michambe, of course, because you are close by the sea. The water is salty, but not in the city here. In the city we have a pure water, not salty like the one you drink from the bottle. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, depends with the place where you go. Even if you go north, some areas you get fresh water, some areas you don't get fresh water.
So we are currently in their market and we are heading towards the spice market where we can find all kinds of spices here in East Africa and other parts of the country here. So I'm very excited about it. While on the tour, he's telling us a lot of things that goes on here. You see, in West Africa, if you want to buy, like, let's say fruits, they give it to you per what you want to buy. Let's say you want to buy 1 cedi, 2 cedi, $10. But here, everything is measured in kilos. And Ni has been to Morocco, so he says it's very similar to Morocco, right?
Yes.
They sell the things in kilos?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah.
It's actually better that way.
It's better that way?
Yes.
And cheaper?
Yeah, nobody's cheating anybody.
Okay.
In Ghana,
hi. So yeah, you were saying something?
No, I think that method of trading is okay because nobody's cheating anybody. Okay, you get what you pay for. Okay, so I think it's better than what you do in Ghana.
Okay, so yeah. The sun is out. It's a beautiful day, so let's go. We are going to the spice market now.
Mambo, you are welcome. We have a ginger, meat masala, curry for vegetable, cinnamon, and cumin, also fish masala. This is garlic, and this is cloves powder. We have red curry, color, cacao, chili, and this is muscat, nutmeg.
Nutmeg, okay.
Do you know nutmeg? Huh?
Yes, I know nutmeg.
Zanzibar we call spice lady because it is best for drinks cooking. and women that's keeping up strong desire, making all to fulfill their men.
Okay.
So Zanzibar lady use this to make the eyes look romantic because they're not capable enough to put their husband eyes together when they get married for the first time. They use it in order to remove their shameless and to make the eyes look romantic. So once they use, they speak a melodious voice and the eyes look like baby Katie die. Here we've got some flavor, and this is some of the flavor. This is banana. Banana
so good. Yeah.
This is for milkshake, ice cream, cake, juice, pancake, cookie, tea, coffee. As well with this one. This is we call vanilla.
Vanilla essence.
Yes, vanilla essence. Wow. However, in Zanzibar we have 3 types of vanilla. We have essence vanilla, but also we have a powder, and also we've got some sticks. Stick is a bit expensive rather than those, right? And this one, this we use like air fresh. Okay. This one, because this we can keep in a house, like in our own room, and also you can just keep in a car. See?
Yeah, it smells
and
good.
then you can keep it, and the smell is away. Then you get that smell. This one, love it.
So since I'm at the spice market, I'm going to be doing a little shopping. Yeah. Garlic powder, black pepper. So the spices we got, he also gave us a gift. Let's see. Open it. Let's see. Yeah, mixed spices. Which one is the pink one?
This is red curry.
Red curry.
Red curry. Normally this we only use for color, but for different things because it's only used for color. Okay. Get well soon. It's only used for color, but for different things. If you already seen the baobab, baobab has a red color. We also put this color for the baobab.
Okay.
Baobab.
Yes. So all the spices cost us 50,000 Kenyan shillings, but we had to add extra $1 to make it equivalent. Thank you. Sorry.
Asante sana. You are warmly welcome. Feel home away from home.
Thank you.
Karibu.
Look at the way you're feeling so much at home. He's feeling so much at home.
No, because the people are nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I saw you guys reading somewhere there. It's written soak.
Soak. I saw it in Dubai.
Soak is in Arabic word, but in Swahili also we call it soko. So it's almost most of the words are the same. It's between Swahili and Arabic. Not all, but most of them. Here where we are at the former slave market. This is the place where I told you the Arabs people, they used to sell the slave here. And what we can see inside, there is a chamber which is underground where they used to keep them, and there is what? There is auction. But before they selling them, they used to punish them in front of the elite society to see how strong you are. If you cry, it means you are weak, then they send you back to the chamber which is underground room. And if you don't cry, it means you are strong, and they put you to the market for the auction, and people will come to buy you. But during the Sultan of Zanzibar, the church was not around because the Oman people was Muslim, right? The church was coming after when the missionary came here, once they stopped the slavery from the Oman. Yeah. And a place where you see the church over there before, there was a very long street where they touch your hand, where they touch your legs, where they punish you in front of the elite society, where they see you there. If you cry, where they send you back to the chamber, or if you don't, they put you to the market for auction. So when the English come, they cut off the tree and they decided to build up the church. But still there is a whipping post. They left it over there.
We've been using a lot of narrow corners here and there, and all of them look so similar. It's easy to get lost when you're alone. Ah, it's for shower. Oh, okay. Natural sponge. Oh, I've seen this fruit. It's a fruit. What's the name of the fruit? I forgot the English name. Guys, if you know the English name of this particular fruit, they remove the seeds, then they use this to bath. Let me know in the comment section if you know the English name.
When you put in water, it becomes
soft. Water became very soft.
Use it to bath. We are here at the Swahili house. Hello.
is the one you buy.
Yeah.
You see the architectures?
Wow.
This is Arabic architecture.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it somebody's house?
No, it's a hotel.
It's a hotel.
Yes, correct.
Wow.
If you watch people of Baghdad in Europe, and it's difficult to meet them and whatever, but we meet them, we talk to them. They don't introduce themselves at the end of tour, they say. That's it.
Yeah.
You see? So that's the main road street. Where I told you this side is Old Town and that side is New Town. Can you imagine? This is the Stone Town here.
So
all these buildings here is under the UNESCO heritage. In the city we have about 50 mosques and we have 2 churches, which is Anglican Church and Catholic Church, right there. If you see a building with the moon up, it's a mosque. You see? A lot of them.
Wow, this place is really beautiful. This place is called the Swahili House, where we could see the
come
whole
alone,
South
you pay
Town.
$1 to come and get
Yeah.
pictures here.
On a normal day, you would have paid $1 to come and tour the place, but we've got to come here for free with our amazing tour guide.
This place looks like a place in Morocco, Rabat. When you go to their market, just behind their market, there are some places like this.
Yes, because you know, when you talk about Morocco, Zanzibar, Oman, I can say we are all having the same culture, and that's why the building look the same. Because all the building is Arabic architecture, Oman, Zanzibar, Morocco. Yes, same culture. That's it. For example, we have 2 types of door. We have Arabic door and we have Indian door. When you look at the top over there, you see Arabic words. You see any doors that written Arabic word in the middle, you have to know it's Arabic door. And the Indian one, you see the animals like Lion King and whatever, because they believe in that. You know, like I can say what they are God, and they pray for it. So if you see the door with the sparks, because by the time when the Oman came here, there was a plant of forest down here, mangrove. So for them it was a little bit strange. They thought maybe in Zanzibar there will be bad animals like elephant or Lion King, and that's why they put something like this to protect themselves. But unfortunately when they came, they found nothing. So nowadays people, they use this for decoration, but before it was for protection.
Protection against wild animals.
We do a little shopping before we go. It's a traditional bags. Yes. So I found this bag way back in Bali, and I've seen it here again in Zanzibar. Me, you're gonna get this, right? Let's get this for your sister. I think I'll get the same too for my sister. So since I came, I've been enjoying their local ice cream. This is how it looks like. This is the rubber. It cost me 1,000 Tanzanian shillings. We are here at the shop buying some bags. Each bag cost us 45,000 Tanzanian shillings, which I'll show you soon. So we are getting this mask. She's wrapping it for us. And this cost 45 shillings. Yeah. This also. Yeah. So it looks like. So if you see me rocking this bag, it's from Tanzania. Zanzibar. So guys, this brings us to the end of our tour of the Stone Town tour. We just ended. Say hi. He's selling sandals. So we just ended the tour, and guess what? We came from the other side and we ended up right here in front of our hotel. We kept using some corners. The tour guide is good. It was such an insightful tour. I hope you learned a lot just as I did. Until next time, on my next video, I'm going to rest now. I love you all. And yeah, the tour cost us $10 from our hotel, which is it's the same price you will get even outside, so we actually had a good price for that. So the entire tour cost us about $10, and the entire tour lasted for about how long did it last me? Like 2 to 3 hours. 2-3 hours walk, but it also includes shopping, because we kept buying stuff, seeing a lot of things, asking questions. So yeah, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you found this vlog helpful. Until next time, on my next video here in Zanzibar, I want to say I love you all. Mwah.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like menya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
We're going on a road trip to the Volta region, specifically Amejofe. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car.
Join Wanda Hagan on a road trip to the Volta region as she returns to your screens for People and Places on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
I have to put on my A game.
Prove them wrong. Defender of the defenseless.
If you take care of that place, your man will eat that place up.
As class, we need a young, not young per se, but a slim guy.
Okay.
You can fuck us like 10 times, and then the next time you come, it's so tight.
Ouch.
Paula Amabrini returns to your screens with Moans and Cuddles on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to welcome you to the second edition of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. This edition focuses on the youth, hence dubbed Youth Edition.
The Youth Edition seeks to honor and recognize the Ghanaian youth who are doing exceptionally well in their various endeavors, ranging from science and technology, entertainment, media and communication. Actually, there are 16 categories and they are all doing so amazing in their various fields. And we have 2 special awards going out. The first is going to a recognized organization which is youth focused. The second special award for tonight is very dear to us, and that is the Echo Blankson Marketing Giant Award. This award is in honor of our late commercial manager who was buried over the weekend. My name is Na Oyokote, and I have with me here a very fine gentleman.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again. This is the CJ Studio, and of course my name is Gideon Kodo, bringing you the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. This is the Youth Edition. Now remember, this program is brought to you by Kanketsi Studio of Industrial Company Limited. They're the producers of Vena Natural Mineral Water, Rush Energy Drink, of course CJ right here, where you can rent all kinds of equipment that you need, both small, big, and of course you have access to the studio too as well to do any type of production you want to do. We also have sponsorship from Sigma Health and Beauty Ghana, and of course Ghana Commercial Bank Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the GhanaWeb Excellence Award, the Youth Edition, and of course we're coming to you with the virtual edition. I know you're watching it from the comfort of your home, your office, or wherever you have good, stable internet. We are here for you.
So you're welcome back, and we'll be taking a message from the CEO of Africa Web, Mark Stubbe.
Hello, my name is Mark Stubbe and I'm CEO of Africa Web, and Africa Web is the mother company of GhanaWeb. Last year we created the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards as an event to honor those in the Ghanaian society that stood out because of their performance, their development, their good deeds or their leadership. And we were very glad with this event. The driving force behind this event was Echo Blankson. He passed away recently. Only last weekend his funeral was. So we have to admit that we were very disabled because of his absence. But we managed, and practically we found a solution by making the event virtual, non-physical. We also honor Echo by the continuation of this event and with a special award. In total we have 18 awards, and we have a special award in the commemoration of Echo, which is the Echo Blankson Marketing Giant Award. Echo was a true thought leader in the professional area of marketing. So we are glad that we can continue the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. This year the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards are dedicated to the future of Ghana, the youth. So let me first congratulate all nominees of the GhanaWeb Excellence Award Youth Edition before we can start the event. And please, yes, let us now start the award ceremony. Thank you very much, and thank you for voting on the youth and the future of Ghana. Thank you, please.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and this is still the GhanaWeb Excellence Award. It's the Youth Edition. That was a message from Mark Stubbe. We still take a message from the board, and we'd like to welcome Edward Smith and Namale.
Hi, Edward.
Hi, Na.
Good to see you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. So this year's edition was dedicated to the youth, as the CEO mentioned. The board constituted by about 9 people, all from various youth organizations, the Gen Zs and other representatives that work with youth growth. It was a very difficult task for the board, but there were hundreds for each category. we were able to come through with 5 for each category. I think that the board did very well with the help of the people that nominated all these categories. I must say that it was very exciting because for even those of us on the board, we get to see people and know people for what they do and understand how the youth are doing very well and trying to lift the flag of Ghana. So it was a very beautiful experience, but we thank God we were able to put this together and then present it back to the people which they voted on.
Great. Are you excited about the award though?
Very, very, because this award actually, for me, talks about where we stand as a country and what is ahead of us and the people that are going to lead this country in the next 5 years, 10 years, thereabout. So I'm very excited to see all these people come up and the kind of contributions they are giving to this country, even at this stage of their lives. So it's very exciting.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ed. All right. So that was Edward Smith Adamale, the board chair of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition. Meanwhile, we have some of our nominees following live from Google Meet. So let's have a look at them and then welcome them as well to this virtual. Yes, like Edward said, we had a lot of nominees. For me, I wish everyone won because I think everyone...
But that's not possible.
I know. Like for me, everyone should have won, but it's not in my power, of course.
But I'm also hoping I can take one home myself.
But were you nominated?
Well, I guess you didn't do that.
Do you have a favorite category?
Well, I think I would go for the women advocacy category. Yeah, I'm really passionate about the issues that's got to do with women and advocacy in general. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
I think mine should be science and engineering.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Were you a science student?
I wasn't, unfortunately.
I was a science student.
Oh, really? Oh, that's nice. I was actually a business student, but I mean, STEM is really growing.
We need you in the economy of Ghana.
You shall see me there soon. All right, so we're taking a quick commercial break and we continue with the business of the day. Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the GhanaWeb Excellence Award, and we are zooming straight to business. And this is the first batch of awardees that we are going to be presenting today. And we'll go for GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we have our nominees? Gentlemen, so we have Maurice Adai, we have Isaac Kofi Nketia, Aloysius Atta, we also have Hakim Shakar, we also have Nana Adjoa Sefa. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the GhanaWeb Excellence in Agriculture. Please, shall we have our winner being Morris Adai.
Congratulations.
Congratulations,
Morris Adai.
Congrats. I mean, this shows a gentleman who is very committed to agriculture.
Yeah. So that's Morris Adai giving his message.
Hello everyone, my name is Morris Adai. I'm the founder of MB Adai Farms. I'm happy to be the recipient of the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Agriculture Award. My sincerest gratitude to God Almighty, to family, to friends, and the general public that voted for me. Thank you, GhanaWeb.
Okay, so I think before we move on to the next category, Morris Bafo Adai, that's his full name actually. He's a 35-year-old man, married with 2 kids. He's a farmer and an entrepreneur. He has won some awards, so it means this is not his first awards. He was the overall best farmer for the Ghana East Municipal Assembly for 2021, and he was also the 2018 Best Farmer for the same Municipal Assembly, and he is a member of the Greater Accra Poultry Farmers Association, and he has offered free training of several new farmers in poultry farming and agriculture. So he's done a lot.
That's a lot. I mean, we've always been told agriculture is the backbone of the Ghanaian economy. Exactly. Clearly, we don't have a lot of young folks getting into that, so to have a young gentleman just like us, dedicated to farming, which I'll be getting into soon with you.
It looks like you're going to get into everything before we leave here. Wow. I can see you are really inspired, so you should. I think I'll nominate you next year.
Wow. Splendid, splendid. I know for a fact it's not for the next category. Ladies and gentlemen, the next awardee, which we'll be going to very soon. But before that, shall we have the nominees for the GhanaWeb Excellence in Information Technology? Okay, so the names we have: Prince Owusu, Padmon Ano, Dixon Omari, Henry Edu, and Mashood Hilia. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Information Technology, shall we have Prince Owusu.
I am endlessly grateful for the recognition of my work, and I would like to thank the organizing team, my family, my friends, and everyone who considered me worthy of this award. Thank you.
We're moving to the next category, which I mentioned to you as my favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Women in Advocacy. There's a GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Women Advocacy. Shall we have the nominees? So we have our nominees. We have Belamundi, Ivy Belly, we have Akosia Hansen, we have Lily Pearl, Baba Otu, and Inshra Baye. Shall we now get into who the winner is? Ladies and gentlemen, our winner for GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Women Advocacy, please, let's have Belamundi.
Next is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Fashion, and here are the nominees. So our nominees are Amanda Lamle Odate, Felicity Amankona, Samira and Sweba Pio, Selina Bibaku, Mensa, and Mavis Nelson. So the winner of the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Fashion is Mavis Nelson.
My name is Mavis Nelson, CEO and creative lead of Art Dress by Mavis. I'm truly honored and humbled to receive this award in this year's GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award in the fashion category. I'm grateful to God for this opportunity, to GhanaWeb for the recognition, to my friends and family for the support, to my colleagues for challenging and inspiring me, and to you for voting for me. Receiving this award is a testament to the hard work and dedication of everyone who has helped me along the way. I believe there are greater days ahead. I look forward to growing and learning more in my career as a self-taught fashion designer. Thank you again to everyone who made this possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is still the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award, and we are going to an area of sports. The World Cup just ended, and in fact, actually the perfect time to reward and award individuals who contributing when it comes to the area of sports. Shall we have our nominees for sports? We have Thomas Partey, we have Evelyn Badu, we have Benjamin Azamati, we have Samuel Techi as the nominees for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, our winner, please, let's give it up for the gentleman who was part of the World Cup team, that's a Black Star World Cup team, Thomas Partey.
Congratulations.
Amazing. I mean, they deserve it.
They deserve it. They've done amazing.
Amazing.
Exactly.
Amazing. You know, I've always wished I could play football, but that never happened. But it's always amazing.
Gideon, I can see you're a jack of all trades. Or you want to be a jack of all trades. Yeah, no, but I mean, sports is beautiful.
You know, when you watch the World Cup, okay, and why I say this is not just me saying it. When you watch the World Cup, there's always that emotional attachment for every young man.
Exactly.
And you feel you can just get onto the field and play some of the football, but unfortunately, I mean, you can wish but not have it. But Thomas did.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And we'll take a breather and we'll join you shortly. Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Okay, welcome back to the show. This is the GhanaWeb Excellence Award. This is a youth edition. Remember, this is brought to you by Kanketsi Chulium Industry Company. They're the producers of Venom Natural Mineral Water and Rush Energy Drink. And of course, CJ Multimedia. We're right here in the CJ Studios. And of course, with CJ, you can rent any kind of equipment you need, both big, small, and of course, if it's a show that you have, you get all those equipment from them, or you can also use the studio for your production. Also want to say a big thank you to Sigma Health and Beauty Ghana. They've also been amazing in sponsoring this event, and Ghana Commercial Bank Limited. They are our sponsors in making this show a success.
So yeah, thank you very much to our sponsors once again. We are moving on to the second round of awards, and we have GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Music, Drama and Dance. Here are the nominees for this category. We have our nominees here, beg your pardon. Kobna Ansa, Clemento Suarez, Jackie, Dance God Lloyd, and Black Sheriff. So the winner of this category is a young man who has brought laughter to a lot of homes, in the cinemas, wherever, and his name is Clemento Suarez, winner. Congratulations.
You know, he's
Clemento.
a product of my school.
Oh, really? Which
my
school?
secondary school.
Oh,
so
that's nice.
It's a win for Temasco.
Go you, that's nice. And I mean, this category have a lot of talent. I mean, Kobna Jackie, Black Sheriff,
Interesting, especially, I mean, my attention goes to Dance Lloyd.
He's done amazing. He's given a different definition to dance in Ghana.
Saxent.
A lot. And he's trained a lot, and I think it's beautiful.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move to the next category, and this is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Media and Communication. Shall we have our nominee? Forward, we have Kojo Sheldon, Anita Kufo, Tracy Mensah, and Michael Ejapa. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Media Communication, the award goes to Michael Ejapa.
So I want a very big shout out to Nyankopon, and then to all my Kwau people, and also to GhanaWeb who organized these awards to appreciate the youth.
So that was Michael Ejapon. Next is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Health, and here are the nominees. Era Ajwa Nunu, Annalisa Tete, Benson Owusu, Dr. Grace Bachman, and David Tete. The winner for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Health is Dr. David Tete. Congratulations, Dr. David Tete, and to the nominees as well, to the other nominees.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go straight to the next category, and this is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Education. Shall we have the nominees? So our nominees are Josephine Mary Goodwill, Divan Kpe, Dr. Ama Opoku Ajiman, and Daniel Doche. And our winner for that category, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Ama Opoku Ajiman. Amazing job. Great job, contribution to the educational sector.
Exactly.
We need that.
Up next is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Leadership. Our nominees are Emily Nyako, Daniel Doche, Mazu Bayuni, Esenam Siade, and Benson Owusu. The winner of the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Leadership is Emily Jemima Nyako.
Hello Ghana, Merry Christmas to you all. My name is Emily Jemima Nyako, President of Ghana Union of Professional Students and a youth activist. I would like to thank the organizers of the event, GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, for their initiative to recognize and award the country's most outstanding leaders. Also, I would like to dedicate these awards to my godfather, Honorable Dr. Mikey Poku Prempe, and my union's patron, Dr. Benjamin K.D. Asante. These great leaders are the reason why I am here today. I would like to thank them and ask the Almighty God to bless them and continue to make sure that things are being worked or things are being done for their good. Also, I would like to thank the following people: Mr. Petra Lomoki, Mr. Masodam Pari, Mr. Samuel Dafo, Mr. Samuel Sefa, and my National Executive and General Assembly members. for their tremendous support and their constant vote. God bless you all. Lastly, I won't forget my spiritual father, Dr. Senabi Egintasen, the voice of Christ in our generation. Daddy, may God bless you. I remember when I was nominated, informing him that, Daddy, I've been nominated for GhanaWeb Excellence Awards and I want to win. I remember the exact word he said. He said, write your speech because you have won. And here am I today, delivering my speech. God bless you all. Thank you so much, GhanaWeb Excellence
And a big
Awards.
congratulations to Jemima for winning that category. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a commercial break and we come back, we continue with the awards.
A word of taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Na wo ba so lo nya sai say
Obek kanokre. Nawo susu san kwan bia wan to nam bia e man kwan bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. No, mommy, I could concern. Bipoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Sudia. Unbeatable. Resume promo code no Dr. Likey. Nenya £10, $10, and now $10 Canadian. What first transaction? What is send this car coffee? No, dial to Lemon and Finance.
Okay, welcome back from that commercial break. We're moving straight to the next batch of awards. But before you get into that, I like that. I love the categories that we have right now. I see entrepreneurship over there. I see science and engineering, and I'm tempted not to say I wish I was doing that, because then you tell me I'm jack of all trade. There's visual arts.
Yeah.
It's my weakness. You know, it's interesting how you have people not appreciating art, and when I'm talking about art, I'm talking about drawings, you know, being able to put those artistic impressions on paper.
Yeah, but I think it's changed. It's changed for some time now. Well, I have noticed that
it's a good thing then. I mean,
we are accepting art.
Because, you know, back in senior high school, you're told, oh, the students that study visual art are not serious. You know, there existed that perception,
yes,
and
I agree.
I'm happy that is changing. And you can also say same for home economics too as well, because the catering space all of a sudden has just transformed.
This year alone, like different kind of catering services.
Yeah, we also have those in diaspora. I mean, the year of return is here with us. You know, we are expecting a lot of them. We also see peace and diplomacy and innovation too as well. But we get to see who wins.
Yes. So moving on to the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Entrepreneurship. Here are the nominees. Our nominees are Gregory Roxon, Anthony Jamefe, Aloysius Atta, Selina Bibaku Mensah, and George Appiatse. The winner of the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Entrepreneurship is a solar taxi man, George Appiatse.
Hi, thank you GhanaWeb, and thank you for everyone that voted for me. It's quite a pleasure and an honor to be recognized by GhanaWeb and everyone that voted for me. Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving to the next category, and this is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Science and Technology, Science and Engineering. Sorry. Shall we have the nominees? We have Lois Damte, we also have Joshua Opoku Ajimai, we also have Angela Tabiri, and finally Charles Ofori and Tepem. Ladies and gentlemen, our winner for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Science and Engineering. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Lois Damte. Shall we have the video?
I don't think 30 seconds is enough to exhaust this list, but I want to thank all partners, volunteers and team members at Sankofa Mentorship Hub, Eric, Nana Duma, Elizabeth, Rebecca, Goka, who delivered a 2-year project in Shidim in the Hafu region of Ghana, where they engaged the students, about 1,000 of them, in practical STEM education. Also to Open STEM Africa for giving me the experience of creating virtual laboratory space for people in Africa using Ghana as a case study. And to all the women in engineering who, despite all the barriers, continue to blaze the trail. This is a big win for all of us.
The next category for the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Visual Arts. Let's see the nominees. Philip Ofori, Joshua Okata, Anita Pel Anko, Latifa Idris, Bright Ape, I beg your pardon. The GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Visual Arts, and the winner is Philip David Ofori.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'd like to say thank you to God Almighty, to everyone that voted for me, to the organizers, GhanaWeb. Thank you so much for recognizing my works. To my fellow nominees, I'd like to say we are all winners. I'd love to dedicate this award to my late mom, Enepa Rose. Thank you so much, and may God bless us all.
And that is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Diaspora. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we have our nominees? So we have Einstein Bar and Tim, Heather Efiye, Mami Ideher. We also have Ivy Bali and Arnold Safo Kantanka. And our winner, ladies and gentlemen, for GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in the Diaspora goes to Mami Deher.
Hello everyone, it is with immense excitement that I share that I have won the GhanaWeb Excellence in Diaspora Award. I am very humbled to have been a recipient of this award. I'd like to first of all thank GhanaWeb for this amazing recognition. Secondly, I would like to express my greatest thanks to everyone that took the time to vote, to share. It is indeed such a humbling experience. I would also like to thank all my other colleagues who are in the same category as me for the exceptional work we have been doing, both in private and in public, to advance youth and many other Ghanaians in the diaspora. Congratulations to you all, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Peace and Diplomacy. Let's have a look at who the nominees are. The nominees are Frank Tebi, Enoch Kweku Bach, Gideon Agbagba, Richard Esuman, and Philip Jemfi. The winner of the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Peace and Diplomacy is Richard Esuma.
Greetings, my name is Richard Esuma Kwekutete, and I'm most grateful to have been nominated and subsequently been voted for this position of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards in Peace and Diplomacy, that is the Youth Edition. I thank each and everybody that voted for me throughout the nomination period, through the open voting systems, all those that voted for me, that spent their bundles and everything to vote for me. I'm most grateful, and I thank the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards team for their hard work, their dedication, their support throughout this process. I thank you for recognizing my effort, and I'm most grateful. Thank you very much.
Great job. And that's a great job from Richard Esuma. Ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the very final category for the third round of awards, and this is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Innovation. We zoom straight to our nominees. So we have Joshua Pokwa Ajiman, Frederick Abela, Jonathan Sowa, Gregory Roxon, and Nana Gate. So our winner for the Ghana Youth Excellence in Innovation, please let's have Frederick Abela.
I can say this award is a life-changing scheme since it helps to praise your expertise and knowledge based in your category. I'm an innovator. I usually build ideas which would help enhance the quality of the place I'm in, and for this instance, Ghana. I built a social media application which would help other countries to detect that we also have skills based as Ghanaians. And also, Africa doesn't limit us to doing things. You being in Africa doesn't mean you can't do anything someone abroad can do. I'm so thankful to everyone who voted and everyone who supported me in this quest. Especially Richmond Setrana from Tales of Africa, who helped me extensively in helping people discover me. I'm sure if not for the articles and the discovery he helped me gain, I wouldn't have been considered in these awards. I'm so grateful. Thank you to GhanaWeb Excellence Awards also for considering me for this and giving me the mandate to be able to show my expertise. I'm so grateful.
So that was Frederick Abela. Congratulations to him as well. Gideon, I noticed something. I noticed familiar faces in various categories, and I think people are really watching. People are really watching what our Ghanaian youth are doing.
Definitely. That's good. I mean, I know you don't like Jack of all trades, but maybe you might like Jack of many trades.
At this time, I don't mind.
No, but it's a good job. I see a lot of people trying to invent, push beyond their limits, and I believe that's what is required of the youth of today. You know, we've become a global village. You're competing the individual in the next country, in Europe and all other continents, as you may describe or discuss. So you can only put in your very best.
And you know the beautiful thing, we are gradually pushing aside white-collar jobs.
Yeah.
We are taking the bull by the horns,
Definitely.
actually. Yeah.
Definitely.
So we are going to take a quick message from one of our sponsors. We'll be right back.
Are you still searching for the right platform to share your voice, thoughts, and feelings? Then the GhanaWeb Reporter on the GhanaWeb app is the perfect app for you. It is Ghana's only citizen journalism and infotainment platform. Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, GhanaWeb Reporter links you up to the world. The reporter also gives you the opportunity to blog or become a citizen journalist, so you share stories with the rest of the world about cities, music genres, pop culture, tech, politics, etc. Download the GhanaWeb app from the Google Play Store or App Store on your smartphone and open it. Tap on the member button at the bottom of your screen and follow the easy steps to register with your phone number or email, and you are ready to become a reporter.
GhanaWeb Reporter, democratizing journalism and empowering content creators.
Planet, a world of taste.
This advert is FDA approved.
Okay, welcome back from that commercial break. I had a bottle of my Ghana natural mineral water. You also did same too as well. And we're really excited about this one. And we're going straight to the special awards. And this was an award that ECHO was very passionate about.
Yeah.
The concept of having to celebrate the industrious Ghanaian youth for the great job they've been doing, the yeoman's job that they've been doing. It's what we are living today, and we've seen the videos. People are really excited about the awards as well. It's great that we honor him. His legacy lives on, and that is why we are both here today to give that special award. And we'll go into the very first special award, which is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award for an organization that has contributed as a youthful organization to the growth of the individual Ghanaian youth. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we announce that? And I'm really excited to tell you that Prime Time is the winner for that category.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Prime Time. Congratulations.
Now the second special awards, it's dear to our hearts, as I mentioned earlier, and it's the Echo Blankson Marketing Giant Award. And as Gideon stated, Echo is really passionate about the youth. He's passionate about innovation. He's passionate about grooming people and ensuring that people do well in their various fields.
And his commitment to work too as well.
Yeah.
I mean, and the fact that Echo was everywhere, and when I say everywhere, he was able to do everything. I recall one time he had a conversation with me about going to the mountains with the boys to go have prayers. You know, that same Echo, you see him on TV. He's with almost all the major media houses. He's worked with them. Comes to GhanaWeb, contributed his quota. He's part of the reason why we have the GhanaWeb Excellence Award. So I mean, we can only celebrate him. His legacy is one that would be welcome. It brings memories, good memories. It brings warmth, and we are happy that we have the Giant Marketing Award, which is in honor of the late Echo Blankson.
Yes, and before I go to the winner, I noticed something it's a continuation of what you were saying at his funeral. May his soul rest in perfect peace once again. And concerning the youth, his drama group in the youth, from their tribute to the late Echo Blankson, I realized he was really much adored. I mean, he impacted in their lives, and I think that was something beautiful to see, and I believe they're going to do well and take
He's
that
a
along
people
with them.
person.
Yeah, he
He's
is.
a people
He
person.
is. So I'm honored to announce that Cynthia Ofori Jumfo is the winner of the Echo Blankson Marketing Giant Award. Congratulations, Cynthia Ofori Jumfo.
Amazing lady. Recently won an award at the Chartered Institute of Marketers Ghana. Yes, she was the marketing personality as well. Cynthia has worked with Global Media Alliance. She's currently the head of corporate communications at Hollard Insurance. So I mean, she's everywhere. When it comes to PR and marketing, you see Cynthia.
It's really deserved then. It's really deserved. It's really deserved. Yeah.
Great, it's great. And I mean, also soon we are coming to the end of this amazing award. And we are really happy to have had this done. Our sponsors, you want to acknowledge them?
Yeah, our sponsors have really been supportive from the first day of the Excellence Awards, and they are Trillium Industrial Company, producer of Verna Natural Mineral Water and Rush Energy Drink. We have CJ Multimedia, where we are live streaming, and where you can also rent any kind of equipment you need from them for both big and small productions. We also have Sigma Health and Beauty Ghana. Yeah. And then we have GCB Bank Limited. Thank you so much to our sponsors for being with us and sticking with us.
That's great. And just to announce to the winners that we'll be presenting awards between January and February. So we'll be coming to your homes, to your offices, to present the plaques to you for a great job that you've done, and also just to tell you that Ghana loves you, GhanaWeb loves you, and we recognize your contribution.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a beautiful evening. Thank you for sticking and staying with us. Thank you for enjoying this program, and congratulations once again to our winners. We hope to see you again next year.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Great to have you.
My name is Na Oyokwoti.
And I am Gideon Kodo.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
I have to put on my A game.
Prove them wrong.
Defend now the defenseless.
If you take care of that place, your man will eat that place up.
As class, we need a young, not young per se, but a slim guy.
Okay.
You can fuck us like 10 times, and then the next time you come, it's so tight.
Ouch.
Paula Amabrini returns to your screens with Mountain Cuddles on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
We are going on a road trip to the Volta region, specifically at Mejofe. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car.
Join Wanda Hagan on a road trip to the Volta region as she returns to your screens for People and Places on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
Let us remain standing as we receive the Reverend Eric Kwapong for this morning's prayer.
Let us pray. Father in heaven, we thank you. Thank you for this great nation, this great land you gave us. Thank you for the gift of life, the gift of having been here for 66 years next month, and the peace we've enjoyed, the blessing we've enjoyed, the prosperity we've enjoyed, and one more milestone of well-being, which is this National Rental Assistance Scheme under the Ministry of Works and Housing. Thank you for today as we come to launch it, as His Excellency the Vice President launches this important scheme in this milestone, in this journey of our country. We ask your blessing. We ask the heavens to be opened. We ask that everything will receive the benediction of your grace and of your blessing. We ask that this will open up the alley of ideas, even fresh ideas that will even possibly involve the private sector some way, somehow, that you will just bless this scheme, bless not just the event but the scheme itself and the managers of it. Bless everybody, bless this day again, this event, and we thank you for hearing our prayer. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Please be seated. Many thanks to you, the Reverend Eric Kwapong of the International Central Gospel Church, for that blessing. The Bible tells us foxes have their holes, birds have their nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. But thank God today in Ghana, we can confidently say, by the grace of God and by the leadership of this great nation, today every Ghanaian can have a decent place to stay, if not at least owning it, at least renting it, thanks to this milestone of well-being, the National Rental Assistance Scheme. Let's put our hands together and celebrate this great milestone. My name is Ajololo, Jerry Ajololo. It means God's immense blessing, and that's why it has fallen to me to announce this great blessing on behalf of the Minister for Works and Housing, together with his deputy, the Chief Director, and the entire management, as I say good morning to you, the Vice President of our Republic, Your Excellency, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia, the Chief of Staff, Office of the President, the Honorable Akosua Fremont Seopare, the Manhening of Asante Juabing, and Chairman of the Council of State, Nana Otu Sribo II, the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, the Honorable Ignatius Bafwewa, the Minister for Information, the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, the Minister for Public Enterprises, the Honorable Joseph Kojo, MP, the Deputy Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar, members of the Council of State here present, the Honorable Pa Kofi Ansong, representing the Eastern Region, the Honorable Stanley Adre Blankson, the President's appointee on the Council of State, together with the Honorable Albert Seth Nyonyo, member from the Volta region. We welcome warmly the Osu Alatamanche Ni Kobna Boni V, the National Chairman of the MPP, Mr. Stephen Tim, the MD of the State Housing Company, Kwabna Ampofo Appiatse, the President of the Ghana Real Estate Developers Association, Mr. Patrick Ebo Bonfo, and the Head of the Local Government Service, Engineer Dr. Nana Atu Arthur. We welcome you to this very grand morning where we launch the National Rental Assistance Scheme with the hope of making rent or renting accessible to all. In a nation where a lot of us rent, we come across various hurdles such as 2 years advance and many other obstacles. But this scheme that has been put in place is to ensure that rent is facilitated in this country without hassle. If you just lend us 1 hour of your time, you get to understand what this novel scheme really means for our country and for posterity. We're live on the Ministry of Information platform. We're live also on the Facebook platform of the Vice President and on ABC News GH. Please send the links around. Let one and all plug into it. In introducing our chairperson for this very august occasion, I'm struck by the presence of a man who is a leader of tremendous progress. Our chairperson today is the paramount chief of Asante Juabing traditional area and one of the longest serving chiefs in Ghana, having been installed as Omanhene over 51 years ago, precisely on the 31st of August, 1971. He graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in 1969 and worked with the Electricity Company of Ghana for 2 years before his installment. One of the hallmarks of his administration at New Juabing has been the transformation of the ancient town into a modern township with all amenities. Juabing currently stands out as one of the neatest, well-laid towns in Ghana, with asphalted town roads, modern street lighting, potable water, a district hospital, a market complex, a district police station, circuit court, a 2,000-seater public square for debates, funerals, etc., a senior high school, and several JHS. It is also the headquarters of the Juabing Municipal Assembly and the award-winning Juabing Rural Bank. The Omanhene entered into large-scale oil palm farming soon after his installment and now has a plantation covering over 1,500 hectares. He adds value to the raw palm fruits by processing them into crude palm oil and kernel oil. The crude is further refined into bleached, deodorized edible cooking oil, palm stearin, and palm fatty acid for soap making. The factory generates its own power by burning the waste products of the operations, empty fruit bunch, palm fiber, and shells in a biomass boiler to produce steam which runs a turbine. The farming and factory operations offer direct employment to 453 people, 35 of whom are women. Apart from being a permanent member of the Asante Man Council, Nana was for 25 years a member of the National House of Chiefs and served as chairman of several committees of the House. He's also been privileged to have been invited to serve the country on various boards, councils, and commissions, etc., by successive governments. Some of these are, from 1972 to 2009, Member Lands Commission, Member Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Member Prison Service Council, Chairman Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital, Member Ghana Trade Fair Authority Board, Chairman KNUST Council, Member Council of State. In 2017, he was appointed to serve on the Council of State and was unanimously elected chairperson by his peers. He was reappointed in 2021 to the council, and for a second time, his peers elected him as chairman. Nana has been actively involved in the constitutional development of the country. He was a member of the 1979 Constituent Assembly that drew up the Third Republican Constitution and also the 1992 Consultative Assembly that debated the 1992 Fourth Republican Constitution. He was the chairman of the Business Committee of that assembly. His achievements in farming and agribusiness, exemplary traditional leadership, and public service have earned him several awards and honors. These include the most successful and innovative medium-scale enterprise adjudged by UNIDO in conjunction with the Ghana Investment Promotion Center of his agro-processing company, Juabing Oil Mills. The best large-scale oil palm farmer at the National Farmers' Day at Sefirioso. Doctor of Science, honoris causa, conferred by the KNUST Kumasi in recognition of one of its most distinguished alumni. Order of the Star of Ghana, the highest civilian honor by the government of Ghana in recognition of Nana's outstanding contribution to traditional leadership, agribusiness, and the constitutional development of Ghana. This day, it has pleased God that we receive as our chairperson the Omanhene of Asante Juabing. Make welcome His Royal Highness Nana Otsuo Sribo II.
Mr. Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, Madam Chief of Staff, colleague members of the Council of State, honorable ministers, captains of labor and industry. I see my good friend Dr. Yaban around. When I look around, I see that these are all familiar faces around. Without having to go into details, I must say that I'm honored to have been invited to be part of this epoch-making ceremony, which seeks to equalize the rental atmosphere in Ghana. We all have to lay our heads after a hard day's work. As they say, all work and no play make Jack a dull boy, and all work and no sleep will make us age and deteriorate in no time. And you get refreshed and you get more nourished after you've had a good rest. And you can only have a good rest when you are very confident that tomorrow your landlord will not come and evict you from your house for non-payment of rent. I see that I must also thank the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing for persistently insisting that I should come. Indeed, I was going to come anyway, but you know, if those of you who have worked with him, as I would insist, call you morning, noon, and night to make sure that you indeed be coming. This morning he spared me in a few calls, but because he was confident that I was coming. And I thank him very much for giving me this honor and to be in the company of this eminent group. When I'm chairman for a function, I would normally want to reserve my comments until the last. Even in the Bible, Jesus served a good wine at the last minute. So it's, when you have heard from all the other participants or all the other speakers, then you can make a good analysis and a good summary of it. However, on this occasion, the chairman's remarks is supposed to start, the chairman's closing remarks is supposed to start as per the program at 11:35 a.m. and end at 11:35 a.m. So it sort of cancels me out entirely. I don't know whether this is the devil's ink or whatever it is, but whether you give me 1 minute or 2 minutes, when I'm on the podium, I would appropriate the time onto myself. And so I would want to say to you one more time that I thank you very much for this honor, and I hope that you all cooperate with me to making this function a success. Thank you very much.
Young Araya Sassi, Ayabodin, my Mujana, no Shigoya, the two of my Edomele, so, say a baby at us, Indian Trasso, Contemporary, Appiatse, Comia, Eddie, them, Ama, or Mandeho, your atom, Omano, Sabayo, Omano, Sabayo. Ayensena ose Omanfura Omano sepeyo Omano seriyeyo Ayensena ose Omanfura neche Messianga raya sasini Ayabodi nimayen Dojana nanum shigunya Deto homayen Edumene husoso Sayebe yatoso Indian Trason Contemporary Appiatse Comia Eddie Brandam Amaya Saseho Atomse Omano Sepeyo Omano Seriyeyo Ayensena Ose Omanfura Erie Omano Sepeyo Omano Seriyeyo Ayensena Ose Omanfura
Help me say a big thank you to the Mahini of Asante Joabing and Chair Of the Council of State, Nana Otuosrebo II, thank you for accepting to chair the occasion for us and those wise words. As for that small mistake there, please blame us and blame COVID, Russia, Ukraine also. As we proceed, we want to just take a little census. How many of us here rent houses? How many of us are renting? Okay. How many of us are owning houses or own houses? Hey, we have a problem. Some people don't live in houses. Whether you rent, whether you own, I have good news for you. If you lend your attention to the screen for the next 5 minutes, we want to show you the work that has gone into this scheme. Please enjoy.
Residential renting in Ghana has been on the rise for the past 2 decades. However, this trend is compounded by the uncompromising demands of landlords who collect a year or 2 years of prepaid rent from potential tenants.
Rent
Chue sani ele agbeni ele fi ahunto ina aboni ma fehe money ni ana lo ni ma pay le fi lewe ke chika afin aba
o me ko pedeka pe valo pe ton ko yola o ma high ko na wo
o mi bien de la welcome wo yen gela me de yuni yuma ta ma wula kale en to la sala la ngo ka de palala.
It is clear that there are a lot of youth who, when they finish school, just trying to rent accommodation is a big problem. But someone who is finished school and just starting a job doesn't have those savings to pay all these huge demands. And this is why government has decided to come in and bridge this market failure by setting up a national rental assistance scheme.
This national rental scheme for young people has the following features. It will provide loans to Ghanaian youth at very, very low interest so that you can pay for rental accommodation. Now, the monies will be paid. Landlords who desire to rent homes will register under the scheme. The advanced rent of 2 years or 3 years will be paid directly to the landlord, and you, the beneficiary youth, will just pay monthly payments to the scheme.
As a country, we have a fundamental challenge in the housing sector, which is the huge housing deficit of 1.8 million housing units. This has created a huge demand and supply imbalance, which as at now favors the landlords.
We spend close to 5 months in discussing the modalities and how it's to be implemented with different stakeholders.
It is in view of this that the government of President Nana Akufo-Addo, in fulfillment of its 2020 manifesto promise to the good people of Ghana, is implementing the National Rental Assistance Scheme to, among others, facilitate and increase access to safe, secure, and affordable rental housing for lower income households and the youth across the country.
With the implementation of the National Rental Assistance Scheme, the government of Ghana is taking a step towards ensuring that every citizen has access to decent, affordable, and secure accommodation.
As a tenant union fronting more than 18 million tenants in this country, hearing such an initiative, it's mind-blowing, and we are in support of it. We are ready to push it and help government to the levels that it can to make sure we are successful, because it's what tenants need now.
To become a beneficiary of the National Rental Assistance Scheme, qualified persons are expected to identify a property of their preference and notify the scheme through the NRAS online portal.
I would like to use this opportunity to thank the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for this people-centered policy intervention that seeks to address the long suffering of many Ghanaians who find it difficult to pay rent advance of 1 year and more.
For more information, visit www.nras.gov.gh or contact 0551 341515 or 0550 408 879 or 0209 089 388 or 0209 089 790 or visit the NRAS offices in selected cities across the country. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
And if the Thank you, operator. Why don't we put our hands together and celebrate this bold innovation? But here to walk us through the dynamics of the scheme, it's my pleasure to invite the scheme manager, Mr. Richard Achampong. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Honorable Chief of Staff, Chairman of the Council of State, Honorable Ministers present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols reserved, thank you for having me today. To the youth, are you ready to get your rent paid? I couldn't hear you. Are you ready to kiss rent advance goodbye? Today is a great day. Today is a great day for the citizens of Ghana. Today is a great day for the youth of Ghana. Today we present to you our solution to rent advance. And we make it very, very simple. Even a 5th grader can walk through our process. Who qualifies for this scheme? An adult, a Ghanaian of 18 years old, who is able to show proof of employment, proof of identification, specifically Ghana card, and bank statements to support the income that they are showing. And how do you access this scheme? You can apply directly on our website at www.nras.gov.gh. You don't even have to come to our offices. You can apply directly as an individual. You can also tell your employer to sign up so you qualify as a condition of your employment. How is the process done? First, you identify an apartment or room in anywhere of the country that we are implementing this scheme. You tell the scheme manager where you want to live. We do your affordability assessment, and if you qualify, your rent is paid directly to the landlord. You are no longer required to pay 2 years advance out of pocket. I know some of us save up the rent to make up the 2 years, use it for other purposes, purchase a land, a property, but we will never ask you to use your savings to pay for rent advance anymore. Our solution today is premised on systems and schemes and solutions that this government has implemented over the years. And I'd like to acknowledge how critical the Ghana Post addressing system, the digital addressing system, is to this solution. It is the centerpiece of how we develop this solution. And the Ghana card, the single point of identifier for a person. Now, as the government continues to implement some of these fundamental infrastructural solutions, we, the citizens, will continue to develop solutions that addresses our everyday needs. Today, it is rent advance. Tomorrow, it will be something else. Thank you very much. The portal is open. The offices are open. Say goodbye to rent advance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our brother, Mr. Richard Echampong, the scheme manager, for articulating so well the various highlights of the scheme. We want to take solidarity messages from three identifiable groups. Let's begin with the National Tenants Union of Ghana. Please welcome Mr. Frederick Opoku. A round of applause for the General Secretary.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Madam Chief of Staff, Minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Francis Asensu-Boakye, Members of Parliament present, Nananom, the clergy, media, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the leadership of the National Tenant Union of Ghana. We deem it a privilege to be here this morning to join you in the launch of the National Renter Assistance Scheme. We see it as a pride of the nation. I wish to take the opportunity to express on behalf of our global partners, the International Union of Tenants and the International Alliance of Inhabitants in Padova, Italy, to the governments and the sector minister, Works and Housing, for the opportunity to give a solidarity message in this very important national event. Your Excellency, if you may recall, in September 2020, when the leadership of the union paid a courtesy call on you at Jubilee House, you gave us absolute assurance of the implementation of the National Renter Assistance Scheme, and indeed you have delivered on your promise. Thank you, Mr. President. We stand here very proud seeing the National Renter Assistance Scheme takes off. We are happy people today, Your Excellency, because the implementation of the scheme will bring relief to young graduates and tenants in general, and as well enhance the security of tenure in rental accommodation by the beneficiaries. We believe that such good initiatives must include the creation of a stronger consumer regulation regime for rental housing, enhancing tenant rights and making it easier to enforce them, and making changes to the way complaints are resolved. This will ensure that tenants know exactly how to raise concerns and can be confident their voices will be heard and acted on. In this regard, we recommend that the government establish a statutory body called the National Rental Housing Task Force Group to protect the scheme and support the enforcement of rent advance payments not exceeding 1 year when the rent bill, which is now in Parliament, is passed into law. Your Excellency, we take this opportunity to also thank you for the government facilitating to seeing the rental housing authority, and by extension, the rental housing act, which is very, very prime to we tenants in this country. Honourable Minister, we are most grateful to you too. Your Excellency, in all honesty, the introduction of the National Rental Assistance Scheme is a novelty, and it is an indication that the government takes the welfare of Ghanaians seriously and housing a priority. We therefore caution that the application processes to assess the scheme by the people be transparent, fair, credible, with no political colours, where all qualified applicants under the scheme would have equal opportunity to benefit. This is very important to us, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, we at the National Tenants Union cannot hide our opinions about the sector minister, Mr. Francis Asanso-Boakye. It is the political world's focus on the grand gesture rather than biting the bullets that is partly responsible for the housing crisis we are dealing with today. Successive governments and housing ministers were unwilling to get into the details of housing policy, that simply sat back and relied on the industry to build enough empty homes that are out of price range of the average person in the country. But quietly, step by step, day by day, we have seen this Minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Francis Asanso-Boakye, working to bring an end to housing crisis with a bold vision to housing and willingness to act on it. We commend you and your government for making permanent changes that will continue to benefit the country for decades to come. We, the leadership of the National Tenants Union of Ghana, believe that all tenants have the right to affordable housing that's free from excessive and frequent rent increments. I end here by saying we are grateful, Your Excellency, for the National Rental Assistance Scheme that you've brought. We are most grateful. And we will continue, it's a promise we're giving to you, Your Excellency, and your government, that the 18 million Ghanaians that we are fronting will hear what you have done today. It's miraculous. Thank you, Your Excellency. So, which will make housing humanly friendly, which will give maximum and protection to tenants in Ghana. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're grateful.
We're grateful to you, the General Secretary of the National Tenants Union of Ghana, Mr. Frederick Opoku, for those warm words. Let's now receive the General Secretary of the Trade Union Congress, Dr. Anthony Yao-Ban.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Chief of Staff, the Chairman of Council of State, Honorable Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Executive Committee of TUC and on my own behalf, I will first want to congratulate the Ministry for Housing, Works and Housing on this very, very important initiative. When the Honorable Minister invited me to attend this, first, I requested for some documentation about this. And when I read it, first I was surprised. I was surprised because by virtue of the position I occupy, I know the difficulties that we are going through in Ghana today. So I was wondering, where are we going to get money for this? But at the same time, I thought if despite all the difficulties, government is still thinking about tenants. I think that is the best thing to do. It showed to me that this is a priority of priorities. And I like the way my brother from the union spoke. The only thing he left out was Choboi. Maybe I should add that. I want to congratulate the government on this. This is very important. It is going to bring a lot of relief to workers across the country. So we don't have a lot of time. Unlike Nana, I was given 5 minutes, not one. I want to urge the implementing agency and the ministry that the TUC will always be there to support this process. We are willing to help secure accommodation, not only accommodation, but decent accommodation to all workers. So we want to urge you to, as quickly as possible, extend this to all the regions. Because when we do something and we call it National Rental Assistance Scheme, and we limit it to regions, not all the 16 regions, it's a bit problematic. It doesn't matter how many you support in each region. I think we should try and do that. I also want to appeal to the ministry and all those who assess the applications. Let's prioritize women, especially mothers with children without husbands, the single mothers. You see, if you provide accommodation to one single mother who has 2 children, it's much better than providing accommodation for others who have no children. I'm saying this because of the experience I've gathered. If you manage to do that, by the time you realize one of those children have already graduated and they are building houses for that mother. And I've seen that personally. So I understand that all those who are 18 plus are qualified, because they are all Ghanaian. But in order to get the best from this program or this scheme, let's pay some more attention to single mothers, especially those with 2 children or 1 child or 2 children, because they need that support from the state. And this is going to help not only the mother, but also the children. I know one thing that will come out of this that many people may not think about. The houses that will be put up for renting, we must make sure they are located in places where the children in that household can have access to schooling. If we do that, and we move them from the uncompleted buildings where they are lodging now into a decent place where there is school, there are additional benefits from this scheme that may not be captured. But I can imagine that in the next few years, we'll meet here again and we should be able to count how many Ghanaians have benefited from this. Because many of our schemes and projects, we just leave them and we don't assess and monitor. So when I saw the concept note and I saw monitoring, I was very happy. So, Honorable Minister, thank you for this initiative. God bless you. Thank you very much.
We're grateful to you, Dr. Anthony Yalba, the General Secretary of the Trade Union Congress, for those very insightful views and those very progressive ideas that you've added to our efforts. Talking about the single mothers, may I also hasten to add that if this is in place, no side chick will sue any former employer. The greatest beneficiary of all these, ladies and gentlemen, is the working class, for which reason we're joined by the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations. Would you please make welcome the Honourable Ignatius Bafwewa, MP.
Nana Chairman, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, the man of innovations, Minister for Works and Housing, colleague ministers of state, members of Council of State, my Choboy brother, Dr. Anthony Yaban, Secretary General of TUC, heads of service, directors of ministries, departments and agencies, distinguished invited guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. To confess, when the invitation was extended to me to make a speech here, I asked myself, why me? Because I know Honorable Senso is a very good friend of mine, but then he wouldn't just invite me to come and say something because I'm a friend. And more so, when I saw the Secretary General of TUC here coming to speak for workers, I thought my work was done. But after deeper reflection, I saw the sense in the invitation which was extended to me. I have one of the most difficult tasks that we do on an annual basis, to meet with workers and to negotiate on two things. First, to determine the minimum wage that any person working in Ghana should be paid, and also the base pay of all public sector workers. And oftentimes when we are looking at the determination of minimum wage, one of the things which comes up is what is it that people spend their monies on? What is it that the disposable income of workers are spent on? One of the issues which come up, number one is feeding, clothing, and the next important thing is accommodation. And very often, you see Ofayao and his team making strong demands for higher increment. Why? They will cite examples of higher rents and what have you. So today, I'm getting a solution to that, and I want to believe that my work will be made easier. Courtesy, Honorable Asenso. So nowadays, next time when we go for negotiations, I want to believe this debate will not come up again, because there's a solution to that aspect of it. But even apart from workers, one other area within my sector, which perhaps sometimes we ignore, but which is equally important when it comes to some of these considerations, are pensioners. You commit your time, your working time to your workspace, and then after completing service, you are supposed to go and retire. And one of the major preoccupations of would-be pensioners is, where are we going to live? And how are we going to afford that? And these are people who are very vulnerable because, one, they are not even in stronger situations. You don't have anybody advocating for them. So if they are in difficulty, there is nobody to speak for them. It is also at these stages where even health issues becomes more complicated. So who talks for them? Where do we prepare for our aged persons to spend their pension life, and whether or not their meager pensions can even afford them decent accommodation? We did a check, and myself and the Director General of SNIT, we noticed that many of our pensioners, those who are on government pensions and those who are on SNIT pensions, are earning below 600 Ghana cedis a month. So just imagine somebody earning 600 cedis and then being asked to come and pay a rent advance for 2 years. There's no way such a person can raise money to have a decent living. No wonder many of such persons live in slums and in some areas that are not healthy for living. So I want to associate with what we are doing today and to thank my good brother for his initiative, and to say that I'll be one of the best persons who will help him to succeed in the implementation of this program. So I wish you well, and I wish we will all take advantage of this, and I want to urge everybody to support him so that we succeed together. Thank you.
Now, back canopy. To sang pine, be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar aquafino, download to Lemonade Finance.
I have to put on my A game. Prove them wrong. Defender of the defenseless.
If you take care of that place, your man will eat that place up.
As class, we need a young, no young per se, but a slim guy.
Okay.
You can fuck us like 10 times, and then the next time you come, it's so tight.
Ouch. Paula Amabrini returns to your screens with Moans and Cuddles on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
We are going on a road trip to the Volta region, specifically at Mejofe. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car.
Join Wanda Hagan on a road trip to the Volta region as she returns to your screens for People and Places on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
One more time, too. One many munsem, never yasem. Nakin one of that, every number. Sewe bombaya, eya taimana. Sewe yankobon, fagana shenesa. Eno na woyo mambapa, eno na wodo. Otoma woman, eno arana yeshishe. Otoma woman, eno ani ewie. Otoma woman, eno arana yeshishe. Otoma woman, eno ani.
Let's appreciate the Minister for Employment and Labour Relations, the Honourable Ignatius Bafwewa MP. Thank you for those very warm thoughts. If you're just joining us online on TV, we welcome you to the Accra International Conference Center, where this day we give to ourselves and posterity this milestone of well-being. We call it the National Rental Assistance Scheme, which has been put in place to make renting accessible for all. Just gone by were remarks that outlined the various features, but at the end of this session, we shall apprise you of the full complement of the scheme. Speaking to us now is a man who shows us that in Ghana there are many who talk and don't do. There are others too who talk and do, but he just does and doesn't talk. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome a man in whom we are well pleased, Ghana's Minister for Works and Housing, the Honorable Francis Assesu-Boakye, MP.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Nana Chairman, the distinguished Chair of the Council of State, Chief of Staff of the Office of the President, Minister for Employment and Social and Labor Relations, used to be social development, and other colleague ministers, other colleague members of Parliament, Secretary General of TUC, Secretary General of Tenants Union, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here for the launch of the National Rental Assistance Scheme, one of the foremost pledges of the New Patriotic Party ahead of the 2020 elections. And on behalf of the Ministry of Works and Housing, I welcome you all to this very important event. I'm particularly happy to have here our erudite Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, to grace this occasion, given the instrumental role his office played in the development of the scheme. And also to our mother, Madam Chief of Staff, for your immense support and guidance, as always. Thank you. As we are all aware, limited land supply, cost of capital, rising cost of building materials, among others, have all contributed to the high cost of housing developments in the country. Unfortunately, previous housing policies and programs have often focused on promoting home ownership, neglecting the fact that rental housing is a key component of a well-functioning housing market. Indeed, rental accommodation constitutes a significant share of shelter services in the country, especially in the urban areas, catering for about 35% of households, while owner-occupied housing accounts for 48% of shelter services in the country. In view of the importance of shelter for humanity, the urgent need to provide support for lower-income households and the youth to access the minimum standard of decent accommodation cannot be overemphasized. Currently, there is no mechanism by which eligible households, including the youth, can be supported to access decent rental accommodation and to effectively protect them from undue exploitation. For this reason, Nana Chairman, it has become imperative to address the short to medium-term market failures in the rental segment of the housing market, where landlords demand 2 or more years rent advance, and also streamline the processes for accessing rental accommodation for lower-income households towards the improvement of the quality of rental accommodation in our country. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the sector ministry in charge of housing, we are committed to gradually addressing the various challenges that confront the housing sector in the country, and the National Rental Assistance Scheme is one of such vehicles with which we can adequately respond to the challenges through public policy making and program development. Government has therefore made a commitment of 30 million Ghana cedis to implement this scheme, and the initial phase will cover the Greater Accra, Ashanti, Northern, Western, Eastern, and Bono East regions. These 6 regions were selected because data from rent control indicate that they have a higher rate of rent advance related issues. The objective of government, however, is to operationalize the scheme throughout the country. Indeed, government recognizes the fact that public programs of this nature may come with its own operational challenges during implementation. I remember during discussion time and implementation issues were raised, and I was quick to point out that as a public policy student in America a couple of decades ago, we were still dealing with issues associated with some of their major federal programs like Medicare and Medicaid. So we do accept that challenges will come. This notwithstanding, it is our fervent hope that the experiences and lessons learned that will be drawn will help government make the scheme better across the country. I therefore take this opportunity to invite the media and all other stakeholders to assist the government in informing and educating the public on this all-important scheme. In conclusion, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for this timely, people-centered public program that seeks to support the good people of Ghana, especially the youth, despite the current global challenges. I am confident that this scheme, like all other public programs of this government, the Akufo-Addo administration, will bring a lot of relief to many Ghanaians. Your Excellency, Nana Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you and God bless us all.
In Ghana, we have only one Honorable Francis Asensu-Boakye as the Minister for Works and Housing. A round of applause for him. We thank you, sir, for your vision and your determination to see this through. The greatest recipients, ladies and gentlemen, apart from the workers of Ghana, are the children of Ghana. Here to speak on their behalf is their Member of Parliament. Please welcome the Honorable Nakayet, the poet.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'd like to start my poem with my local dialect, which is Fanti. Asem kakra me peda me kacha wanye de. Obra yoko ampa. Riazi inkukubo zi odesenyi tubata. Riazi nkukubo zi odesenyi tubata chin. Riazi afana nyinara. De odesenyi reji ibenaze. Odesenyi per shisha kakra obezi. Nyiza dachi obeja manimba. Yine busia. Osande. Impeyimfo na wakade. Sa anume ntwa. Obuada Riaze abrabo Mokunyin Ana ebrimpon Dem baby akwa Nasa me brado Se dan wohwe Sen koti da daka Nchamise dudu nazi wanzi botukwan Osande oye ya wankasa De Obrimpon Okunyin Okobran, Oketechi, Baya Mobor, osan baby a oziniti bato. Na mese ebra o ma nanze no ho baka no. Na odesenyi asam nenyim mfifiri ampa. We are here today to lay bare the drudgery and the struggle of the Ghanaian tenants. We are here today to address the pains and the sufferings of our fellow Ghanaians who want to have a roof over their heads, who want to have a decent accommodation for the body and soul after a hard day's work, as they come to the cities to earn a living and also to contribute to the economic well-being of the country. The Ghanaian tenant problem is compounded by an uncompromising demand of landlords to collect a year or 2 years of prepaid rent advance payments from potential tenants. Asemi Yamobor. Unfortunately, the households who aren't able to raise that kind of money for the landlords go for poorer quality homes, living in crowded spaces, moving away from desired locations, among others. So please, I'll beg you, let us look at the horizon. Let us raise up our heads, for our help cometh. Help cometh to the Ghanaian tenants. The government of the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in fulfillment of his 2020 manifesto, assured the good people of Ghana his intention of implementing the National Rental Assistance Scheme, NRAS. Pocho Wombonsim Kakra. National Rental Assistance Scheme. Yamamum Akwabo. Inde Yatasam Dow. National Rental Assistance Scheme is here to help lower-income households and the youth across Ghana with safe, quality, secure, and proper accommodation. Pocho Yembon Sim Kakra. Indadi Yen Sempa. Midahum Ninara Ase. Before I'll go, I'd like to eulogize His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Me pena me kacho de. I was a missy. Iyo kakayin mu okakabemfo. Osuro asaso identity odumankuma. Odumankuma. Awu iye putisi ye. Sawa humudo, etawunswenyo, aye. I was a missy. What was in aside? It yatan tampana, isi asasifum, wo insutin hum. Wo ha rimpoda. De biara rim mbua na dazimbua zizi wo rin ase. His Excellency, I was a you soar higher. You never idle. You wobble into the sky's feather as you tape hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from the flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. His Excellency, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. Owu iyo kwara efaza ezichire oman. Osanda wukuma funi ochedi ampon yankopon. As the eagle does, you train your people on above the thick clouds. Clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism. To the hawks, I mean your competitors. You embrace them all and set them on heights, yet they cannot endure Hence, therefore, you surely evolve out of season, and you are a beacon of inspiration, flying across all continents and beyond. Osande, your hands are as soft as the sparkling wool. Giving is in your genes. Lifting up of the destitute is your prime goal. Your smile glows and brings life into the sunken eyes of the forsaken soul. The sparkling skies bear witness to your soft heart, which yearns to see humankind live in absolute love and the pursuit of common good for all. Dr. Nyami Inshaw, Imbonaye, thank you.
Nakayes the poet. A round of applause for her. And out of the mouth of babes and suckling, God has ordained praise, but most importantly, truth also. If the children are spoken, whom am I? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the gift of the occasion, the Vice President of our Republic, His Excellency, Dr. Mahanda Adubamia, as he addresses us this morning.
Please, thank you very much. I think these days the children are much smarter than we were when we were young. They're just unbelievable. Another round of applause for Appiatse. Your Royal Majesty, Nana Otuo Serbo II, Omanhene of Asante Joabeng, and Chairman of the Council of State, members of the Council of State, the Chief of Staff, the Office of the President, Akosio Frimause Opari, the Minister for Works and Housing, Francis Asensu Boache, Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, Honorable Ignatius Bafewia, Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Pong Nkrumah, the Deputy Ministers, Heads of Services, the General Secretary of the Trades Union Congress, Dr. Anthony Yauba, General Secretary of the National Tenants Union, Mr. Frederick Opoku, distinguished invited guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a very happy occasion today, and I'm very happy to be here to witness the launch of this important program, the National Rental Assistance Scheme. Allow me to take this opportunity to acknowledge the very valuable contributions of the Ministry of Works and Housing and what the effort they've been putting in and making to institute this regulatory regime for the development of the rental sector. You may well be aware that successive governments have instituted several housing policies geared towards increasing access to various housing options across the country. However, these efforts are mainly concentrated on home ownership services and have not achieved the desired impact in addressing the market imbalances of the rental housing market. Globally, rental housing forms an integral part of a well-functioning housing market and plays a critical role in increasing access to affordable housing options, particularly for the youth and low-income groups. As a people-focused government, providing meaningful shelter for our citizens has formed a significant part of this government's development agenda. And measures taken to address problems associated with the housing sector, especially the rental housing sector, have remained vital to our development agenda. When I visited the Rent Control Department in July 2020, I noted the overall importance of the rental housing market in our quest to increase access to housing options. At that time, I reiterated plans of government to make it more effective and efficient, while also reviewing the law governing rent management in the country to make it more relevant to evolving trends. There's generally a problem, which we all acknowledge, of landlords demanding 2 years or more rent advance, which deprives many people, especially the youth and low-income people, it deprives them access to rental housing. And this is very symptomatic of a market failure. Landlords will tell you they have difficulty verifying identity of tenants. There's a lack of trust by landlords in the undertaking by tenants to make rent payments on time. So they want it upfront. The potential credit providers also in many places did not have addresses. If you're going to rent a room in Agbogbuloshi, where is the address? Rent a room in Nima or Choco, finding the property for a potential lender is very, very difficult. And if they cannot find you and you default, that means they've really incurred a bad loan. To address this problem, I mentioned in 2020 that government was putting in place plans to introduce a new program to bridge the information and financial gap between tenants and landlords. These measures would enhance creditworthiness and reduce the need for large rent advance requests by landlords. I remember as we were putting together the 2020 manifesto of the New Patriotic Party, one of the charges of the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, was that find a solution to this problem of rent advance facing the young and low income. He charged us to address this issue in the manifesto. Thankfully, we came out with this idea of the National Rent Assistance Scheme, and that found expression in our 2020 manifesto and subsequently the national budget. And we therefore are here today for a rolling out of this National Rent Assistance Scheme. The scheme's implementation will initially commence in 5 regions: Greater Accra, Ashanti, Western, Eastern, and Bono East regions. As the Minister for Works and Housing has said, these were chosen based on the basis of where the most pressure on rent advance is. But the scheme will be rolled out to all 16 regions of Ghana in due course. In partnership with the private sector, and this is one of the novelties of this scheme, because government is working in partnership with the private sector. The scheme will provide low-interest loans to eligible Ghanaians to enable them pay rent in advance. These loans will be repaid monthly to match the tenor of the rent and will be supported by a bank guarantee in this case to ensure sustainability. And that is how it has been done. And because the management of the scheme is being outsourced to the private sector, you are inevitably going to have no political interference, because if they give a loan to somebody who is not eligible, they will lose money. And so if somebody comes to tell you that I am this party or that party, so give me a loan when I don't qualify, they will be essentially hurting themselves if they provide that loan to somebody who cannot repay the loan. So I think there's an inbuilt mechanism to stop political interference in the operationalization of this scheme, so that it is available for all eligible Ghanaians. And what is interesting about this scheme is that when you invest money into the scheme for lending, the repayments that come in monthly, that the monthly rent payments go back into the pool, which is then lent again to a new set of renters. So the scheme essentially is one of pooled revolving funds. So you will see it expanding over time. One group of renters, as they pay monthly, another group is demanding, and then we will lend to them, and then they start paying, and then the whole system revolves, and we keep expanding and expanding to meet the needs of our public in terms of demand. So that is one of the innovative aspects of the scheme. And it will target individuals in the formal and informal sectors with identifiable regular income. And rent advance loans will be paid directly into the landlord's bank accounts, who would also have to register with the scheme. I'm aware of a series of engagements that have gone on between key stakeholders on the operationalization of the scheme, and I look forward to the enormous relief that the scheme will bring to its beneficiaries and the good people of Ghana. Let me take this opportunity at this juncture to thank the man who has made this happen. And that is the Minister for Works and Housing and MP for Bantama, Francis Asensu Boakye. As we call him, Bantama Asenso. He has been dogged in his dissemination to make this happen and has worked tirelessly to put the framework together, him and his staff. We owe him a debt of gratitude. Honorable Asensu Boakye, Ayiko Monijuma, to you and your team. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to inform you that government has made significant strides as far as the housing sector and rent management of the country is concerned. Government, acting through the Ministry of Works and Housing, has submitted to Parliament for consideration and passage a rent bill to replace the existing Rent Act of 1963, Act 220. The current act was passed by Parliament 59 years ago, and therefore its relevance has been outlived by the current population growth, urbanization, housing availability, and general trends. And this is why the Secretary General for the Tenants Union was very happy to note the passage of this, the passage of this act will really enhance the rental market in Ghana, and we have the bill in Parliament now. Additionally, to enhance the service delivery standards of the Rent Control Department, processes have begun in earnest, and a service provider has been engaged to digitalize the work of the Rent Control Department across the country. Digitalization will provide a consolidated platform for the operations of the Rent Control Department, while at the same time improving revenue generation and collection for the country. Again, I commend the Minister for Works and Housing for his leadership on these important initiatives in the housing space. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that the implementation of the National Rental Assistance Scheme will, among other things, provide a new pathway for government to leverage its policy functions to streamline the rental subsector in respect of the quantity and quality of rental housing. I am particularly excited to learn of the eligibility criteria that have been adopted in the selection of beneficiaries of the scheme. It does not only support the call to synchronize all platforms with the National Identification System, but also that the data produced from the implementation of the scheme will facilitate government efforts at expanding the revenue stream through improved collection of rent tax. We have been able to introduce this, ladies and gentlemen, because of the availability of a national identification system, because of the availability of a digital address system, and because of the availability of mobile money interoperability that essentially provides practically all eligible Ghanaians with a bank account. And so these are very key elements in the architecture for the delivery of the National Rent Assistance Scheme. Without the digital address, we would not even be able to proceed in any meaningful way on this project. And so you needed to identify people, have the digital address, and when they pay rent, you should be able to pay by Momo. You should be able to receive from a bank account into your Momo account and vice versa. So financial inclusion has been very, very critical in putting, so the pillars that we have already put in place in our first term of office are now proving very useful. And this is the vision that Nana Akufo-Addo has for Ghana. I wish to take this opportunity to charge the Ministry of Works and Housing not to renege on its oversight and supervisory responsibilities for the successful implementation of the scheme. While doing the same, I wish to call on all well-meaning Ghanaians to support this initiative. As a government, we remain committed to the successful implementation of the scheme for the benefit of Ghanaians. Do not hesitate, ladies and gentlemen, to go online to apply for the scheme for support. To conclude, it is evident that statutes play a key role in establishing the platform for good practices. Therefore, in order to strengthen the regulatory regime within the building construction industry, I had the privilege to launch the Ghana Building Code in 2018. The code covers all essential areas necessary for the smooth and safe operation of the building and construction industry. And in a bid to efficiently operationalize the building code, it became necessary to review the current building regulations, LI 1630, to reflect all aspects of the building code. Thankfully, Parliament has considered and approved the building regulations, which came into force on Tuesday, 29th November 2022. The new building regulations will help streamline activities within the building and construction industry, as well as effectively enforce any current law for the building and construction industry. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I hereby declare the National Rental Assistance Scheme duly launched. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our homeland, Ghana.
Our Republic, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Ladies and gentlemen, a resounding round of applause. Wow. And those who would judge us merely by the heights we have achieved would do well to remember the depths from which we started. Who would have thought that a few years ago, when rent, and even till now, rent is still a problem for the average Ghanaian, by this great initiative of government today, we can look with confidence into the future and say that every Ghanaian, no matter your standing, you can also access quality, safe and secure renting. Please put your hands together for the government of today.
We are going on a road trip to the Volta region, specifically Amejofe. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car.
Join Wanda Hagan on a road trip to the Volta region as she returns to your screens for People and Places on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wanton and Bia, a man in Quine Baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar download to Lemonade Finance.
I have to put on my A game. Prove them wrong. Defend now the defenseless.
If you take care of that place, your man will eat that place up.
As class, we need a young, not young per se, but a slim guy.
Okay.
You can fuck us like 10 times, and then the next time you come, it's so tight.
Ouch. Paula Amabrini returns to your screens with Moans and Cuddles on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
Vice President, you've articulated so well the scheme, but let me just walk us through a few things that are very particular about this scheme, or particular to the scheme. Who is eligible for rent? Well, rent advance, I beg your pardon. A Ghanaian who must possess a valid Ghanaian or Ghana card is eligible. You must be 18 and above. You must have a verifiable employment and earned income. You must have a verifiable bank statement, but if you don't have all this, you can still bring your mobile money statement. Isn't that good news? Please put your hands together. The rent payable will not exceed 30% of the household income. Now we ask, how long will it take to receive the rent advance? 5 to 10 business days. The scheme will verify your application and supporting documents and determine your affordability and the ability to pay back, and inform you, the applicant, whether you've been approved or otherwise. How can I check my status on the application? The scheme will notify all applicants of their results, and the status will be known within 5 to 10 days. Will I be automatically given support when I apply? It is not automatic. All applications go through an automated scoring to determine if they are approved or denied. Will I receive the support directly, and which medium? You will not receive it directly. The rental assistance payments will go directly to the applicant's landlord when approved. So no middleman here. Will I have to pay back the rental assistance received? Why not? That's why your landlord demands 2 years, because you don't trust. So successful applicants will make monthly payments to the scheme. Do I have to pay back with interest? Why not? It's a loan. But beneficiaries will pay a low interest on their respective rent advance. Will I be eligible for rent assistance if I am self-employed? Why not? Self-employed applicants who qualify based on the eligibility criteria will receive the rental assistance. How much is one eligible to receive as rental assistance? The monthly rent deduction or payable must not exceed 30% of the applicant's household income. How many times can you get rental assistance from the scheme? Beneficiaries may reapply or renew for additional rental assistance as long as the rent does not exceed 30% of the household income. Are students eligible for this scheme? Students who can satisfy the eligibility criteria or whose parents can guarantee for them will be supported by the scheme, only if you don't insult the president. What category of household is qualified to receive rental assistance? Any household which rent exceeds 30% of his or her income does not qualify. What will happen if one doesn't pay back? A beneficiary is legally evicted from the resident premises within 1 month if he or she fails to pay back. What are the assurances of transparency in guaranteeing rental assistance? Every applicant receives an email and phone call about the application's status, and he or she is given a chance to correct the application in case of initial denial. Can an applicant appeal, request for fair hearing or administrative review of a decision? An applicant may complain through the Ministry of Works and Housing for fair hearing or administrative review on any final decision made by the scheme. Finally, is the scheme available in every part of the country? The initial implementation of the scheme will be carried out in the following regions: Greater Accra, Ashanti, Eastern, Western, Bono East, and Northern regions, and will spread to the rest of the 16 regions. What numbers can I call for further assistance? The numbers are on all our social media platforms. We wish to show you our website, www.nras.gov.gh, and our email, info@nras.gov.gh. Please go to this website and it will furnish you with every other information you need. I think a round of applause is in order. And so today, Nana Chair, this is what the government, your children, have put together for the whole well-being of Ghanaians. May we have your blessing today. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's receive back our chairperson for this occasion, the Omanhene of Asante Joabeng, and the chairman of the Council of State, Nana Otro Sribo II.
Excellency, the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, colleague members of the Council of State, Madam Chief of Staff, Madam Akosa Freeman Opare, Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, Deputy Ministers, Secretary General of the TUC, my very good friend, Dr. Yaba, General Secretary of the National Tenants Union, Mr. Frederick Opoku, distinguished invited guests, Ananum Nime Name, friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen. After a brilliant launching address by the Vice President, which I refer to as the keynote address, my remarks can be termed as a footnote address. I always love a situation where I have to speak after the Vice President. He is such a brilliant elocutionist that when you speak after him, you have a hard task having to match his eloquence and his brilliance. However, as chairman of the function, not that I have something to say, but I must say something. But in saying something, my first remark is that this is one of the few programs or ceremonies that I've attended where we have virtually matched time for time. I think the congratulations should go to the Honorable Minister for Western Housing. It shows that he is really time conscious and he could predict to the last minute as regards when the program would start and when it would end. Let's give him a round of applause. I think this commitment and this efficiency will reflect in the implementation of the National Rental Association Scheme so as to give
Ghanaians the comfort and the succor that we all deserve. We have been regaled with a whole lot of speeches. We heard from the scheme manager that we are going to say goodbye to rent advance. The tenants union said that there should be a task force for dispute resolution and then the application should be transparent. My good friend Dr. Yaba of the TUC said that we should prioritize the scheme in favor of single mothers and that we should eventually extend to all regions. The Minister of Labour was emphatic that there should be consideration for pensioners because sometimes pensioners are reluctant to, they even go to serve affidavits to reduce their age for fear that they may be evicted from where they are staying. And it sort of overheats the system sometimes. And also, he said that he gave a commitment of his ministry to partner the scheme to achieve success. The Minister of Works and Housing gave the cat out of the bag by saying that the scheme has an initial funding of 30 million cedis, which is sitting there breathing and waiting for tenants to come and access. I wish I was going to be a tenant. And then he also said that this is a complete departure from previous schemes which have looked at more of home ownership as against rental schemes. When he said that, somebody sitting close to me said that even if people are living in their houses, they are renting houses for other people whom they don't want to mention. So they become tenants by proxy. And the minister also mentioned that there are going to be operational challenges with regards to this scheme. The vice president really gave the cat out of the bag by saying that this scheme was indeed conceived in 2020 as part of the MPP manifesto, and it has taken it almost 2.5 years for it to be given birth to. And today we are having the naming ceremony. So we thank you very much. And then he also mentioned that the scheme is in partnership with the private sector, which is very, very welcome. When I read through the brochure, I was really heartened to observe that it's going to be devoid of political pressure and political interference. And transparency is therefore assured. It's going to be initially operational in 5 regions. I'm happy that it's not going to be based in Accra. The other day, when I was in school and in our time, even when we were going to apply for a scholarship, we had to travel all the way to Accra to come and collect forms from the scholarship secretariat, which was then in some wooden house close to the beach. And I asked one of the students, well, he said, oh, but you see, you have to go to Accra. I said, oh, but everything's in Accra. I said, oh, but you know, God lives in Accra. So now God is, even though we believe in Accra, his angels are going to be in the regions. And they have equal potency as God himself. So we have a situation where we are decentralizing. My emphasis or my remark would center on operationalizing a scheme to make it transparent. If it is transparent, people will have credibility in it. I will request and recommend seriously that beneficiaries who apply may even be published, and those who are eventually approved may even be published, so that somebody cannot not go with the same name as Mr. X here, and then he goes with his home name, Mr. B, even though the Ghana card may eliminate that. You know, there are clever people around. Just as you are giving a good scheme, there are people who are even scheming faster than you are. We have been just told that irregularities that have been observed have been uncovered with the school placement scheme. Beautiful scheme, but in the hands of the not worthy becomes also tainted. So I would recommend that those who are giving assistance should be published, so that if you are giving assistance and you're still staying in your same house, and you have been there over and over again, public opinion will even turn against you, and that it will take the heat out of the managers. I see that the scheme is going to be operational by the rent masters, who are a private group. This is very laudable, very, very laudable. As I said earlier, it takes away any shade of political interference. However, when you look at the project management committee, as is in the brochure, you have some ministers in them. But I think when it comes to housing, I think the operational ministries should be the Minister of Labor, because most of the beneficiaries will be workers. Even if they are pensioners, they are once workers. And who represents workers? The TUC. So in that regard, I would recommend seriously for the consideration of government that you include the TUC and the Minister of Labor and the Minister of Labor within in the headship of the scheme, so that they can also bring the benefit of concerns of workers to bear on this implementation. I would also want to recommend that the scheme itself should be decentralized. You see, rent masters, maybe for operational reasons, may have only one station in Accra or in Kumasi where they are operating. But if they are sitting here in Accra and said, oh, you make an application in Techiman, and then it is processed, and then you go and inquire about it, and they say, oh, we have taken your papers to Accra. Accra hasn't reacted. I mean, it doesn't make for efficiency, and it doesn't make for transparency. In the process, you get the unscrupulous coming in. And then also, we may also be mindful of the fact that as you are going in for a house, there are other competitors who may be ready with money. So the more you delay, the likely your chances are of losing out in the competition. So the speed is of the essence. And speed can be achieved if the decision is close to the doorstep of the applicant. So I would wish that eventually they may even, from the regional headquarters, come to some of the districts, because the housing demand in some districts are more acute than in the regions, because some of the regions may have low costs and other things, which may not be immediately occupied. But then you need to make sure that all those who are coming in a very good time, and that the whole process becomes is done expeditiously and with maximum dispatch. And I believe and trust that beneficiaries will also play ball, because if you are considered under this scheme, the success of the scheme depends on your ability or your commitment to honor your obligations so that others may benefit. Happily, payments will be done through, may be deducted from your pay packet. But sometimes the pay packet, they can go and contrive with the accountant, and, even it wouldn't even reflect. I've had situations like that. Dr. Aban is nodding his head in approbation. These things can happen. So we have to be transparent. If you are demanding transparency, you yourself must be transparent so that transparency can be symbiotic. It can go and then come back to you. We thank the government for bringing out this wonderful scheme. We thank that we are happy that despite the long period of conception, the baby has been born and is being given birth to, and the mother herself is here, and that those of us who are here would be, from now onwards, we should take ourselves as godfathers and godmothers for this scheme, so that the process of naming a child, as I always say, is not an event, it's a process. If you have come here and you have been part of this new novel National Rental Assistance Scheme, you carry with it, you carry yourself with it, you move from here with it. Anytime you hear it being mentioned, you tell yourself that I was part of this. So I must make sure that it succeeds, and that those who are coming in, you can breast your chest and say that, oh, with pride, I was there when the Vice President eloquently launched this scheme, and that I also am committed to making the scheme a success. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Ghana will say, yeah, I am Ghana, oh, yeah, Ghana, oh, yeah, I am Ghana will say, yeah, I am Mr. Ghana will say, yeah, I am Ghana, oh, yeah, Ghana, oh. We take it for the final time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to support this scheme to make it work, once you hear yeah, I wave your right hand in support of this scheme. Let's do that for the final time. Ghana will say, yeah, thank you. Wow. One more time. Ghana will say, yeah, wow. Ghana, oh, yeah, Ghana, oh.
Thank you. But for failing to play a downward way to Sadaka, you have to do that at the end. Please help me say a big thank you for his wisdom, his grace, and his poise, the Mahine of Asante Joabing, the chair of the Council of State, Nana Otro Sribo II, our chairperson for today. Nana, we thank you ever so much. Your calls for transparency, inclusion, decentralization, and speedy processes have been taken up, and I believe that we will do our best to make you proud. Joining us today to render thanks on behalf of a grateful nation, would you please make welcome the Deputy Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar.
Nana Chairman, distinguished invited guests, we thank God Almighty for a very beautiful day and also a successful launch. We thank when we say your reward is in heaven, it doesn't mean we don't want to give you anything, but because we believe the heavenly reward will be manifested at every ballot and also for all your heart desires. Thank you so much. We also thank the Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana, who has been of tremendous assistance to every ministry and for this very important scheme. Thank you, ma'am, for all your support. We thank all our distinguished invited guests, and in no particular order, to the ministers of states, to the members of parliament, to the members of the Council of States, to heads of service, Nananom, clergy, and the representative of the National Chief Imam, to representatives of unions, the moderator, Jerry, thank you so much for the good work done, and to the media who have assisted us from the day that the media advisory was issued for this launch to leading all the narratives and conversations on every single platform and for covering this important program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making time for this launch. God bless us all.
Thank you ever so much, the Deputy Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatimatu Abubakar. He joins us today and says that, hey, the Ghana Journalists Association should also be included in the scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the GJA, Albert Kwabena. Hey, this is your demand. We'll take it on advisement. At the end of this event, Mr. Vice President, respectfully, I would ask that you indulge us 3 photographs, and then we'll be out of here. To say or to invoke the blessing of God on this great scheme, it's my pleasure to invite, representing the Chief Imam, his spokesperson, Sheikh Arimiyao Shaibu. Please, a round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Almighty Allah, Almighty God, we want to give you thanks and praises in a manner that's befitting of your holiness and highness. Thank you for this day. Thank you for this program, and thank you for this scheme. Thank you for your blessings. Thank you for mercy. And thank you for your care for our country. Thank you for the mercy that you have brought to us through this scheme, intended to bring relief to the majority of Ghanaians who are unable to acquire their own place of residence. Thank you. Your mercy becomes so manifest and to be experienced in the world of man, in body and flesh. Today you have given a birth to this very important scheme. How the scheme will grow, just like a child also should grow. We need your assistance, and so we call on you, Almighty God, to be the one who drives the growth and the journey of this scheme. Take it to the destiny where it will be the true reflection of the relief that is intended for. Protect this scheme. Bless the minister. Bless the vice president and the president. Bless the chairman of the Council of State, the chief of staff, and all those ministers who are here. Bless them and keep them strong. Almighty God, we ask you to inspire our leaders with the best of ideas that can translate into policies that will bring relief and happiness and comfort to every Ghanaian of our country. Thank you for the peace that you have given to our country, and thank you for everything that you have done for us. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim. Sirata alladhina an'amta alayhim. غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Arimiyao Shaibu. Please be seated. Humbly, I shall invite you, Nana Chair, together with Your Excellency, the Vice President, in the company of the Chief of Staff, Office of the President, the Minister for Works and Housing, the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations, together with all Ministers of State here as the first party. Please welcome them as they come up stage. Yes. Yeah, that's how. Yeah, sure. Okay. Please. Yeah.
We are going on a road trip to the Volta region, specifically Amejofe. Just see how everybody rushes onto you when you stop your car.
Join Wanda Hagan on a road trip to the Volta region as she returns to your screens for People and Places on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they send their money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
I have to put on my A game. Prove them wrong. Defend now the defenseless.
If you take care of that place, your man will eat that place up.
As class, we need a young, not young per se, but a slim guy.
Okay.
You can fuck us like 10 times, and then the next time you come, it's so tight.
Ouch. Paula Amabrini returns to your screens with Moans and Cuddles on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, only on GhanaWeb TV.
Our dialogue has established that there are certain things that are unwholesome. So the onus lies on us to use science, standards, regulations to determine what is unwholesome and not to just lump up. And that one, it is not scientific, because the fact that something is new, that is produced somewhere, with shoddy components does not make it very new. When we do that, we are not being scientific. And so we are saying that we have to re-engage the Energy Commission so that we can iron out most of these differences. But the fact that there's going to be a ban, a total ban on used goods, is not going to be accepted by us, and that nobody is going to allow. That's where, if they use their force or impose their will on us, that's why we also come in with the force that we have as citizens of the country.
Development Authority unrecovered amount from the sale of tricycles. The auditors, in the review of your 2019 minutes of the board's meeting held on 1st August 2019, saw a proposal by management to proceed with sale of tricycles on cash and carry basis and in a transparent and non-partisan manner. However, when they reviewed the sale of motorcycles of the Northern Development Authority, 2,037 tricycles valued at 7,121,000 were sold on credit, contrary to the board's directives. The authority was able to recover only 4,745,000, leaving a difference of 2,375,900 Ghana cedis. the auditors recommend that the Chief Executive Officer should recover the debt of 2,375,900 from the beneficiaries. Have you done so?
5,000 Ghana cedis with an outstanding balance of 2,190,000. We have, however, had conversations with those who owe, and then they are willing to pay and have presented a payment plan. The board that was just inaugurated also had some conversations with them. Even as we sit here, there's a planned meeting of the board's committee on audit and finance to meet them on the 24th of January to have further discussions on this. The other thing we are considering is, which we've already initiated the process, is to engage a debt collection company to go after these debtors to redeem the outstanding debt.
When there are expectations, and the expectations are not being met by citizens, you see, once the thing has happened, and that there's people get to know that within the shortest possible time the report was out, people will start speculating. What is the reason for keeping the report within amongst yourselves? Why don't you make it public? And when that speculation happens, then people will start asking so many questions. It is like even in the interest of government, to bring the report out, so that people don't keep speculating. And we think that when something has happened and something that that should have a certain agency around it, when there are delays, it gives room for all manner of speculations. And that is why 1 year celebration, we marking the 1 year, sorry, not celebration as such, but marking the 1 year, we have taken upon ourselves that we would find out the state of affairs, in terms of what is happening to them, what has been their situation, and then use it as a basis to, as it were, get government to know that it is very, very important for them to release the report as quickly as possible. Because if we, as an advocacy NGO, if we even want to support any action, we need that document to inform us. And if you are a government and then something like this happens and then you delay too much, well, people would you can't blame people when they start thinking about too many things. You can't blame them. And that's why I've said already that it is in the interest of government to get the report out as quickly as possible. From the narratives, I mean, there was no escort. And also because, you see, if the transportation of the explosive was accompanied by an escort, the escorts would be the first interface, between what has happened and then the main truck that was bringing the explosive. Sometimes when people think that there was a policeman sitting in the car, then that's an escort. What I'm talking about an escort is a whole definition. I mean, it's different from saying that there was a policeman sitting in the car. So clearly there was a gap. I would say that there was a gap because it would have been difficult for the truck to have a direct contact with the problem that occurred. So I'm very slow in saying that there was no escort, but from all the indications, that there was a gap. There was a gap.
But I also want to say that, as I mentioned earlier, even our Holy Bible tells us that we give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. So whoever praise is due, we give. We emphasize, like I did earlier, that had it not been for the one district, one factory as a program, this company would not have been here, because we came under the one district, one factory, and would always have to say it. Yes, but sometimes it also rubs pepper in somebody's eye, and then subsequently we suffer the bash. We would pray that beyond today, we project the positivity rather than the negativity, which cannot even be substantiated. Sometimes you have stuff out there that you wonder, is it this factory we're talking about? Just Monday, I was coming from Cape Coast on my way. Somebody sent me something that I thought was old news. So when I saw it, I'm like, what kind of old thing is this guy pushing to me? Then I saw the date to be that very day I was driving. So I opened, and it was a carrying stop that this company has collapsed. But as you saw, from all the farms that we have, what will lead to a collapse of this company at this time? So we went to the farms. You see the tractors are on the ground working. You see the workers. You saw the harvest. We ate the pineapple from the farm. We came to the factory. We've seen the workers working. We see the juice being produced. We drank the juice. But somebody sits out there and says that, I hit my chest and say it's gone. For what reason? I don't know. We want to state that Ekumfi Fruits and Juices Limited is well alive. It's expanding. The projections that we did, our business case is still running. The support we are receiving from the chiefs and people of Ekumfi is still intact. We made promises to the people of Ekumfi that we're going to put up a factory here, create employment, lift up the economic lives of the people of Ekumfi, and it is very much on course. So from here, you can see, as we saw on the farms, large acreage of land. Today we have had a chance to visit 3,000 acres. So I say Ayiko to all of you, because it's not been an easy trip. Most of it we have to now drive through some of these plantations. But at least, seeing edge to edge of 3,000 acres, I can say Ayiko. But to tell you the truth, this is what we do here every day, to keep our juice on the market and to keep our good juice out there.